Chapter 291. Li Xiang pushed open the door and walked out. He stretched his waist, clearly feeling refreshed. He couldn't help but reveal a look of praise. Everyone knew that the inn's expenses were high. Spending a single time here was enough to change locations for 3 days. Expensive things had their own benefits. For instance, the women's martial arts. The inn's women were all skilled in bedroom techniques and dual cultivation. Not only did this not harm the guests' vitality, but it was also beneficial to their cultivation. Secondly, there was safety. There was no problem with the women being clean. They were all prominent figures, so no one wanted to have something dirty growing down there. Of course, this was only one aspect of safety. More importantly, no matter where they were, the inn had never been investigated. This could be said to be amazing. Li Xiang sighed inwardly. He met an old flame and greeted her. As she coquettishly pouted, he pinched her amazingly elastic bottom. He laughed twice and prepared to leave, but after thinking for a moment, he turned back. In 2 days, he was going to go out. It wasn't anything major, but it was still a bit dangerous. So, before he left, he wanted to see if he could break through his current cultivation bottleneck. The female cultivator behind the counter smiled sweetly. "May I ask what guest needs?" Li Xiang was tempted, but he didn't dare to reveal it. There were countless women in the inn, but some of them couldn't be touched. Whoever touched them would suffer misfortune. He coughed and said, "I would like to purchase 20 overwhelming pills. Please wait a moment." The female cultivator lowered her head and tapped the screen. Soon, a jade pillar rose up from the ground beside her. The top was transparent and could be opened. There was a small jade bottle placed inside. The female cultivator opened the jade pillar and took out a pill. "Guest, please take a look." Li Xiang smiled and shook his head. "There's no need. I trust the inn's reputation." He took out a spirit stone card and paid. His handphone immediately received a text notification. Looking at his balance, he shivered. But in front of this beautiful woman, he simply smiled and turned to leave. Everything was expensive in the inn, and pills were the same. Compared to similar items on the market, the average price was 20% higher. But the reasoning was the same. The inn's pills were expensive, but the medicinal efficacy was guaranteed. Moreover, there wouldn't be a situation where the pills were inferior or flawed. Li Xiang hurried back to his residence. His complexion was solemn. He thought that he had to handle everything properly this time, otherwise he would soon go bankrupt. Calming himself down, Li Xiang took out an overwhelming pill, opened its individually sealed packaging, and swallowed it. He had already eaten quite a number of these kinds of magic power-enhancing medicinal pills, so he was quite experienced, so he quickly noticed the difference. The medicinal energy that had melted was clearly much stronger. Furthermore, it was extremely lively, quickly flowing through his body, generating waves of warmth. It was like soaking in a hot spring. Half an hour later, Li Xiang suddenly opened his eyes. His joy was mixed with bewilderment. The medicinal efficacy of the inn's pills was publicly acknowledged. But this overwhelming pill, the medicinal efficacy was a bit too good. It was a bit exaggerated to say that 1 pill was equal to 2, but 1.5 pills was no problem at all. Without any time to think, Li Xiang took out a second overwhelming pill and swallowed it. This time, the refinement took a longer time. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes, his expression uncertain. An overwhelming pill would normally take 2 hours to completely refine. Furthermore, its medicinal effects were on par with the medicinal pills he had bought from the inn. Then what was with the first overwhelming pill? Li Xiang furrowed his eyebrows. Then, his eyes brightened. He found the packaging of the 2 overwhelming pills that had been tossed to the side. As he thought, the production time was different from the batch. His eyes brightened. Could it be that the inn had a batch of overwhelming pills that had particularly good effects? If this was true, then this was a tremendous advantage. He hurriedly poured out the remaining 18 overwhelming pills. Li Xiang's luck wasn't bad. There were actually 2 more inside, the same batch as the first one. 2 hours later, Li Xiang revealed a look of ecstasy. It was true, it was actually true. This batch of overwhelming pills had medicinal efficacy that was several times higher than normal, nearly reaching medium grade. To buy medium grade pills at 20% the price of low grade pills, the difference in profits was astonishing. Without hesitation, Li Xiang took out his handphone and dialed the inn's customer service number. A beautiful melody sounded out. It was the theme song of a recently popular TV series. The singer was Li Xiang's favorite type, but he wasn't in the mood to listen to it. He only felt that every breath of time he waited was incomparably slow. But today, for some reason, the customer service number of the inn, which was usually picked up after a single call, actually waited for a full minute. When the slightly hurried and beautiful voice of a woman rang out on the other end, Li Xiang directly interrupted. "I want to order a batch of overwhelming pills. The inn packaged them 3 days ago, batch 2764. The woman paused and revealed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, guest. The batch of pills you purchased has been completely sold." Li Xiang panicked. "That's impossible. I just bought them a few hours ago. Moreover, you didn't even check, so how do you know they're gone?" The female voice said respectfully, "Hello, customer. Before you placed your order, many people have already called to inquire about it. I have already checked clearly. The 2764th batch of overwhelming pills has indeed been completely sold. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Li Xiang hung up the phone, a bitter smile on his face. If he could discover something, then others would naturally be able to as well. What a waste of a good opportunity! As Li Xiang sighed, the matter regarding the inn's overwhelming pills had already caused a stir in a large number of people. "It's almost comparable to a medium-grade overwhelming pill. This is strange. Everyone knows that the inn doesn't do unprofitable business. This matter is indeed strange, but just these pills alone can't prove anything. Let's wait and see." The cultivators that were paying attention to this matter didn't have to wait for long. The second wave soon arrived. "Hurry and go to the inn to buy batch 2764 of Essence Chin pills. The price of a low-grade pill and the medicinal efficacy of a medium-grade pill. Heavens, it's actually true. I want to buy 1,000. The inn's customer service number ushered in another wave of calls. All of the 2764 batches of pills were sold out in the shortest possible time. At this time, many people's hearts began to race. Then, the third batch of 2764 batches of pills, blood spirit pills. Although the types were different, the medicinal efficacy and quality were still enough to drive people crazy. 2764 had nearly become synonymous with the inn during this period of time. In everyone's hearts, they began to faintly speculate about the inn's actions. It seemed that the inn had recently recruited a powerful alchemist. The high-quality pills that they were selling were all to build up momentum. Once they attracted enough attention, they would officially introduce this alchemist. Reality proved that there were many smart people. All of the inn's chain stores made announcements at the same time today. All of the 2764 batches of pills sold recently have been refined by a new alchemy grandmaster of the inn. Moreover, we guarantee that the materials used are all ordinary grade and there are no other methods used to enhance them. We are only selling them at a fair price to thank our customers for their support towards the inn. From today onwards, there was a vast array of beautiful flowers. To sum it up in a few words, our inn has a very fierce alchemist. From today onwards, we will start accepting work. In a brightly lit meeting room, someone slammed the table. The inn's tricks are becoming more and more plentiful. If this continues, then all of our business will be stolen away by them. People of the same trade were enemies, especially in the alchemy business. This type of profiteering business made their eyes red with jealousy. Philosophy Watch was one of them. For the last 10 years, our net profit has been decreasing every year. The sect is already dissatisfied with us. It's all this damned inn's fault. 30% of our profits have been stolen away by them. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, if we are slowly nibbled away, all that awaits us is death. In the meeting room, everyone clenched their jaws. They wished that they could directly attack and raze the inn to the ground. But they had already tried this before. They weren't able to obtain any advantages and instead suffered some losses. In the seat of honor, a purple-robed old man lightly said, "The inn's arrogance is indeed too rampant." Everyone was overjoyed. Their eyes gathered on him. The purple-robed old man stood up and flicked his sleeve. "This alchemist 19 is going to suffer." A divine light shined in his eyes, filled with confidence. Soon, the inn received Qin Yu's first large contract. The materials were incomparably precious and the rewards were astonishing. But what left one's heart racing was the compensation clause for failing to refine the pill. In short, if he succeeded there would be tremendous benefit. But if he failed, his reputation would be ruined. Within Philosophy Watch there were cheers and laughter. It's the Elder's methods that are swift and fierce to take action against this Alchemist 19. As long as we can step on him, the inn's reputation will surely be damaged. It's not just damaged. The alchemist they vigorously promoted will be completely destroyed in the blink of an eye because of a failed refinement. In the future, who will dare to casually join the inn? The Elder's actions are like taking drastic measures. It's just that I fear they won't agree to these conditions. If they don't dare to accept it, then don't advertise yourself as an alchemy grandmaster. Even if the inn really refuses, can't we advertise ourselves? We will make sure they lose all face. The purple-robed old man had a smug expression. No matter what he chose, the inn would suffer a great loss. It was unknown where the news came from, but the inn's Grandmaster 19 this name was only a rumor. After all, no one knew the specific information about this Grandmaster. Since he refined pills in batch 2764 every time, that meant he was 19 in total. It was appropriate to call him Grandmaster 19. Of course, these were all minor details. What was important was that Grandmaster 19 had received a request to refine pills. It was said that the refinement difficulty was extremely high and the compensation terms were astonishing. An uproar of rumors began to spread. Many of the contents insinuated that this Master Number 19 didn't live up to his name, that he was just a way for the inn to attract attention, and that they probably didn't dare to accept this commission. Within the beast-hunting battalion, Auntie Hong laid down a jade slip, her complexion gloomy. After personally inspecting the first batch of pills that Qin Yu refined, she discovered that they had amazing medicinal efficacy and was immediately overjoyed. Using ordinary materials and without any other supplementary methods, and even refining them in large quantities, they were still of such high quality. This was proof of Qin Yu's alchemy skills. After a short period of thought, Auntie Hong decided to borrow this batch of pills to boost Grandmaster Qin's reputation. Thus, batches of 2,764 pills entered the market at low prices. However, a mere nascent soul cultivation wasn't enough to make one feel at ease. Thus, she intentionally concealed information about Qin Yu in order to increase his mysteriousness and avoid unnecessary suspicions. Everything proceeded smoothly. The explosive popularity of batch 2764 attracted countless eyes. She took advantage of this opportunity to push out Qin Yu. This operation that had garnered a great deal of attention with minimal costs could be considered a success. Chapter 292. In the pill business, the most important thing was reputation and credibility. Over the years, even though the inn had been selling their pills at a high price, they had still been able to reap a massive market share by relying on the high quality of their pills. The profits from the pill business had been growing year after year. If Qin Yu were to be knocked down in the blink of an eye, the inn's reputation would likely suffer a great loss. At that time, if competitors like Philosophy Watch were to wantonly spread the news, the consequences would be unimaginable. Auntie Hong clenched her teeth. She stood up and went straight to the southeast corner of the backyard. The courtyard was full of women. Even though there were quite a few of them who were very willing to serve on the bed, there would still be inconveniences. In addition, refining pills required peace and quiet, so Qin Yu's residence was arranged there. Knock at the door. Qin Yu soon came out. He swept his eyes around. Auntie Hong, is something the matter? Auntie Hong nodded. Let's talk inside. A medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. The two of them sat down as host and guest. Qin Yu, I will speak frankly. Some time ago, I used some methods in an attempt to establish your status as soon as possible. Then, she spoke of the matter of selling pills without hiding anything. Grandmasters of the Tao of Alchemy are naturally different from ordinary alchemists. As long as they gain the recognition of the outside world, the inn will be able to profit, and Mr. Qin will also have a rich harvest. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. I've already heard what Auntie Hong said, and there isn't anything wrong with it. Could there have been an accident? Auntie Hong forced a smile. That's right. Our inn has been developing rapidly in recent years, and it is inevitable that we encroach on the interests of others. Philosophy Watch is one of them. Now they are secretly instructing a cultivator to ask me, no, to be more precise, to ask you to concoct pills. The details are here. You'll understand once you see them. Qin Yu received the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. His eyebrows arched up. Divine blood pill. This was a pill refined from the blood of a spiritual god. After swallowing it, one could summon the phantom of a spiritual god and fuse it into their body, allowing them to possess a portion of the power of a spiritual god for a period of time. Of course, the gods here weren't truly omniscient and omnipotent gods. Instead, they were variant cultivators that possessed great strength and all sorts of inconceivable powers. The rewards for refining the divine blood pill were exceptionally generous. Countless rare and precious treasures were listed in a long list. But compared to the punishment for failing the refinement, it seemed to be insignificant. The blood of a god was extremely precious. If the refinement process failed, the refiner would have to pay an equivalent amount of money. Otherwise, the refiner would never be able to call himself an alchemist again. Considering the high reward, the compensation was reasonable. However, the last condition was simply killing without spilling blood. He could no longer call himself an alchemist. In other words, he could no longer help others concoct pills in the future. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. This Philosophy Watch's methods were truly ruthless. Do you understand? Philosophy Watch is filled with malice this time. Auntie Hong thought about it again and again. She said in a low voice, if Philosophy Watch chooses other pills this time, no matter how precious they are, even if Mayan has to suffer a loss, we will still bring out enough materials for Mr. Qin to refine them. But the divine blood pill, every portion of god blood contained a unique divine strength. It was impossible for the same existence to appear. Once the refinement failed, there was no way to reverse it. Therefore, my opinion is that Mr. Qin should refuse to refine it. A trace of warmth flashed in Qin Yu's heart. He calmly said, if I refuse, I fear that the inn's reputation will be damaged. Auntie Hong lightly said, the difficulty of refining the divine blood pill isn't much worse than the 9 mystic heavens pill. If Mr. Qin doesn't have full confidence in his ability to refine, it is reasonable for him to refuse. Although her tone was calm, one could still sense a bit of helplessness in it. Qin Yu smiled. That's right, but I am very interested in their rewards. What did this mean? Auntie Hong had a dignified expression. She took a deep breath. Mr. Qin, your alchemy skills have already been proven. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there is no need to fight for a moment of pride. Qin Yu waved his hand. I am not being impulsive, but I am truly interested in their rewards. As for the divine blood pill, I am confident I can refine it. Auntie Hong shook. Is Mr. Qin speaking the truth? Of course. Good. I will immediately arrange it. If Mr. Qin has any needs, feel free to ask. She stood up and hurried away. Qin Yu had a calm expression. If this were before he refined the 9 Mystic Heavens pill, he wouldn't have dared to boast. But now that he had experience, he had some experience in refining such a difficult pill. As long as he was cautious, there wouldn't be any problems. Moreover, once he succeeded, the benefits would be astonishing. Not to mention the gratitude of the inn and the massive increase in his own status, but just the jade crystal lotus that Philosophy Watch used to take revenge on was worth it for him to take action. This was because this treasure could enhance a cultivator's talent. Even if the jade crystal lotus was only the lowest quality treasure in the land of divinity and demons that could enhance one's talent, it was still a confirmation to Qin Yu. He wanted to know whether or not this sort of treasure could really help him change his talent. The inn accepted the pill commission. Originally, this was only a minor matter. Even if the divine blood pill was incomparably precious, it wasn't worth paying attention to unrelated cultivators. But this time, with the help of some hidden strength, it had clearly attracted far too much attention. There were even some people who revealed the specific details of the refinement, divine blood pill. Countless cultivators looked through this information on their handphones. Their minds surged with excitement and they nearly crushed their screens. What nonsense! This was the divine blood pill. It was a terrifying pill that could summon the phantom of a spiritual god and obtain a portion of the power of a spiritual god. Moreover, in the rumors, the greatest use of this pill wasn't to allow a cultivator to obtain a formidable strength for a short period of time, but to borrow the power of a spiritual god to perceive the rules of the world. Those that could become spiritual gods were all beloved children of the heavens and earth. By borrowing their strength to perceive the rules, it was naturally much simpler. The divine blood pill's effects were so formidable that it was naturally difficult to refine it. It was said that only an alchemy grandmaster had a chance of refining it, and the chances of success didn't surpass 10%. This was because divine blood was an object of a spiritual god, and it shouldn't be controlled by a cultivator. To defy the heavens and obtain it was even more difficult. With such difficulty, the inn had actually accepted the commission. Were they that confident in this mysterious Grandmaster 19? The news spread further and further, attracting more and more attention. As countless cultivators were bewildered, another piece of news broke out, and this time, it involved a specific commission. A portion of spiritual god's blood was produced from a 10,000-year ancient dark azure wood. Combined with a mandala flower, xin cheesy, Buddha's handgrass, bitter sorrow lotus, and 17 other materials, the divine blood pill would be refined. This news was like a hurricane that instantly swept through all corners of the world. It wildly spread through handphones. Countless cultivators sent out messages of surprise in their circle of friends. Just where does the inn get such confidence from? What are the chances of refining the divine blood pill with a portion of spiritual god's blood? Not even 5%. I have immersed myself in alchemy and my horizons aren't low. But in my entire life, there has never been a single person that can refine the divine blood pill with just a portion of spiritual god's blood. I'll bet that the inn will fail this time and their reputation will be swept to the ground. If you have any different opinions, you can place your bets in the comments section. I'll accept them all. In the tumultuous chaos, another piece of news broke out. This time, it involved the terms of compensation and remuneration for refining the divine blood pill. In an instant, this news blew up in the circle of friends once more. A female cultivator called Xiaoya took a picture of herself. After uploading it, she wrote, "Whoever can take out half of the compensation, I will immediately marry him." This post is proof. It was unknown who posted this to a famous forum, but it instantly became a hot topic. It attracted the attention of countless cultivators, and the comments were like a tide. With your looks, you think you are worthy of half of the compensation? Fairy maiden, although you are beautiful, your thoughts are too wishful. Half of the compensation? I have 3 sisters in my family. How about marrying them all together? Then, there was a photo of the 3 sisters. They were actually beautiful twin sisters, all of them equally beautiful and charming. This attracted a wild wave of netizens, all of them requesting private messages and friend requests. Of course, there were also some that were a bit more normal. For instance, in the alchemy section of the forum, a rather famous administrator posted a public comment. His title was very impressive. In the last 10 years, this is the best compensation I have ever seen. Then, there was a detailed list of the compensation, and it was evaluated one by one. Finally, it came up with a mind-boggling price. The conclusion was that such an astonishing compensation naturally needed to be customized. The compensation terms were even harsher, and there was nothing wrong with the entire commission agreement. Some people agreed and some people objected. There was no need to mention those who agreed, but those who objected believed that a single failure in refining an alchemy grandmaster's future was far too severe a punishment. But these words were instantly drowned out by even more comment. Most people's opinion was that since they wanted such an astonishing compensation, they had to pay the price. If they were afraid, they could refuse. No one was forcing them. Now, since they had accepted the commission, once they failed, they would have to be punished according to the agreement. From the very beginning, step by step, they attracted more and more attention, maintaining the heat of the topic. In the end, this matter was publicized to everyone. But they were still a step short, Philosophy watched. The purple-robed elder had a calm expression, as if he could destroy everything with a flick of his finger. Elder's methods are excellent. I admire you. You repeatedly attacked, leaving the inn with no way to retreat. They were forced to accept the commission. With such a great commotion, once the inn's refinement fails, it will surely cause a great uproar. At that time, there will be no need for my philosophy watch to do anything. There will be others who will add fuel to the fire and ruin the inn's reputation. The purple-robed elder's expression became even more indifferent. He waved his hand, and the surroundings immediately fell silent. If I take action, how could the inn possibly escape? But do you think this is all there is to it? He took out his handphone and opened an app. On the wall of the conference room, a massive crystal screen lit up, broadcasting an interview program. Hello everyone, I am Little Tan, who will be discussing the weather today. Our weather program team is in charge of the heavens, so we naturally have the qualifications to speak about the matters of the world. Thus, our program team has spent a great deal of effort to find the person involved in the recent uproar over the inn's pill commission. We have asked him to explain to us in detail about the divine blood pill. On the screen, as the camera zoomed out, a calm middle-aged cultivator with calm eyes appeared. Hello everyone, I am the client of the divine blood pill's refinement. An hour later, the interview program ended. The conference room was quiet for a moment before it was broken by the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air. Elder's methods are excellent. I am filled with admiration. By placing the divine blood pill in front of everyone's eyes, even if the inn tries to deceive them, it will be impossible. Moreover, this will attract a massive amount of attention. Even if the inn admits defeat in the end, they can still use this interview to strike a powerful blow. Chapter 293. In a mountain valley, at the peak of a waterfall, there was a floating city that shined with layers of light. This was where the inn's headquarters was located. It was called Waterfall City. Currently, in Waterfall City, the vast majority of cultivators were either looking down at their handphones or staring at the screens on the walls. Their complexions gradually darkened. Half a month from now, I will receive a final reply from the inn. Whether I succeed or fail, the The results will be displayed to everyone and I will invite alchemy grandmasters from all over to comment. Just as the middle-aged cultivator's calm and powerful voice fell, the screens turned off. Around the long conference table, everyone frowned. All right, this is the current situation. It's clear that we have fallen into the other party's trap. Beneath his long golden hair was a face that seemed to have weathered the vicissitudes of life, but it was even more charming. His slightly sunken eye sockets made his gaze even sharper. I'm very curious. What exactly is the reason for our wise meeting of principles to lose their judgment and fall into such an inferior and obvious trap? Regarding this matter, I need an explanation. Around the long table, everyone frowned. Their eyes were dignified, but no one spoke first. The golden-haired man sighed. Could it be that I also need to personally investigate this matter? The door to the conference room opened. Beneath the white veil, her eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as calm as her voice. This matter is my decision. The golden-haired man's eyes brightened before he immediately composed himself. Miss Weiwei, even if you have an honored status, you cannot do something like this that harms the inn's interests. Lin Weiwei lightly said, I admit that there is a certain degree of risk involved in this matter, but if we can deal with it appropriately, it might be a chance to push the inn forward. The golden-haired man frowned. Miss, do you believe he can refine the divine blood pill? He has already refined the 9 mystic heavens pill. This wasn't a reply, but it was the most favorable one. The golden-haired man's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. How ridiculous! Can the 9 mystic heavens pill and the divine blood pill be compared? The miss hasn't invested too much time into the path of alchemy, so it's normal for you to not know. But you all. He swept his eyes around the conference room. You all don't know your limits. Do you all allow the miss to do as she pleases? The conference room fell deathly silent. The golden-haired man turned around. Miss, announce that you have given up on refining the divine blood pill and also dismiss this alchemist Qin Yu. Announce to the public that the inn was deceived by him and that it was fortunate that we discovered him in time so there weren't any worse consequences. I have already made the appropriate arrangements to minimize the damage to the inn's reputation. Lin Weiwei's eyes are cold. My brother is not here. The golden-haired man's face stiffened. Therefore, alchemist Jin Cheng, I am the current representative of the inn. My decision is the highest standard. You have no right to change it. Jin Cheng's eyes were filled with anger. Miss, although you are the representative, as the chief alchemist, I have the right to question and call for a vote. In the end, I have the right to reject your decision. Lin Weiwei turned around. Then I ask Pill Master Jincheng to come find me after the vote has been initiated. Miss, are you stubbornly going to protect this Qin Yu? Lin Weiwei did not look back. I believe he can succeed. Jin Cheng was so angry that he laughed. What if he fails? Lin Weiwei paused for a moment. Then, she pushed open the door and left. I will bear all the consequences. In the meeting room, the various representatives all had strange complexions for the miss to care about this Qin Yu so much. It was rumored that the two of them had gone through life and death together in the wilderness, and this person had even saved her life. Could it be Jin Cheng's complexion paled? He flicked his sleeves and left. After returning to his residence, the last bit of calm on his face turned into anger. Chief, it seems that the miss treats this Qin Yu a little differently? A subordinate strategist cautiously asked. Jin Cheng angrily shouted, Shut up! His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. After a long time, he coldly said, Pass down the order. Headquarters storehouse is to be sealed. Without my permission, no one is allowed to transfer any materials. He looked over. The strategist's heart stirred. He said, Chief, rest assured that I will look after those 2 portions of god blood. He respectfully took several steps back and left. Jin Cheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He wanted to see just how this Qin Yu would refine the divine blood pill without a chance to experiment. Once he failed, this matter would surely have an extremely bad influence on the inn. At that time, if he were to erase it, even the miss wouldn't be able to oppose him. Lin Weiwei returned to her residence. She took out a scroll and earnestly flipped through it, as if she had already forgotten about the direct confrontation she had with the chief alchemist just now. The female official walked over and slowly said, "Miss, aren't you a bit impulsive today?" Lin Weiwei looked up. "Do you also think I was wrong?" The assistant bowed. "I don't dare to, but Miss should know that the chief alchemist and the others have long been dissatisfied with you obtaining the authority to act as agent. If you give them a chance today, I fear they will threaten your position." Lin Weiwei looked away. She casually flipped a page. "Then I'll hand over the authority in my hands. I don't like these things to begin with." The assistant's expression became increasingly solemn. "Miss, words are wrong. When the young master isn't here, the authority of the family can only be controlled by you. How can it fall into the hands of outsiders? This is the ancestral rule." Lin Weiwei waved her hand. "Enough. I want to study. You can leave." The assistant revealed a helpless expression. She bowed and quietly left. She stepped out of the hall and quietly stood there for a moment. Soon, a maid walked over and whispered something into her ear. Then, she bowed and hurried away. The assistant narrowed her eyes. She looked towards a corner of Waterfall City. There was an incomparably large and beautiful courtyard there. After thinking for a long time, she stepped away. Although her steps were fast, they still gave off a solemn and dignified feeling. Along the way, all the maids she met bowed in respect, awe on their faces. A moment later, there was a sudden flash of light. Within the transmission array, a sealed metal box vanished from sight. The assistant narrowed her eyes. She whispered to herself, "Mr. Qin, you had best not fail. Otherwise, even if you saved the miss, I won't let you off." There was a knock on Qin Yu's courtyard door once more. He was currently deducing the process of refining the divine blood pill. With half a month's deadline, there was plenty of time. He naturally didn't need to be as anxious as when he was refining the 9 mystic heavens pill. Of course, the most important reason was that there was only a single portion of god blood. Even if the little blue lamp could recycle it and reuse it, there would still be some losses. According to Qin Yu's estimates, he would have at most 6 chances before the god blood was used up. Feeling the fluctuations of spells, Qin Yu frowned. He stood up and opened the courtyard door. Auntie Hong passed over a metal box. She earnestly said, "Mr. Qin, I don't know how confident you are, but I hope that you can do your best." She bowed and turned to leave. She didn't want to delay Qin Yu's time even for a single word. He closed the courtyard door and brought the metal box back to his alchemy room. Even though he already had some speculations in his heart, he still couldn't help but widen his eyes as he opened them, a dignified look on his face. Within the metal box were some perfectly sealed alchemy materials. But none of that was important. What was important was a jade bottle that was burning with a white flame. Most people likely didn't know what sort of state god blood was in. Thus, if one considered it from a literal point of view, they would be underestimating such a precious treasure. For instance, the white flame in front of him as well as the dark green halo that rippled like water in the pill commission. Both of them were god blood. Although the two auras were different, Qin Yu knew that his senses wouldn't be wrong. Was it for him to familiarize himself with the refining process? As he thought, there was someone in the inn who stood on his side. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't have had the right to accept this commission. But who was the one helping him? Although Auntie Hong's status wasn't low, she clearly didn't have such formidable abilities. Qin Yu's mind flashed back to the wild spring of spiritual strength and the crazy woman he had met. He whispered, "Could it be you?" After several breaths of time, he gathered these thoughts. His eyes fell onto the white flame, gradually brightening. When it came to refining pills, compared to others, His greatest advantage was that the materials could be reused. The second advantage was that the grade of the pill could be promoted. It was difficult to refine a true divine blood pill. But he had some confidence in refining a half-finished pill, or even something that had an elementary form and could be called a waste pill because the toxicity was greater than the medicinal properties. To Chinyu, achieving this step was already more than enough. Now that he had another portion of God blood, he had several more chances to try and control it. With this commission, he had a 90% chance of success. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Qin's courtyard doors were still tightly shut. No one knew what was happening inside. Auntie Hong had issued strict orders that no one was allowed to approach and no one was allowed to disturb him. The young maid was the only one allowed to approach the courtyard. She frowned and looked at the courtyard doors, constantly muttering to herself, "Mr. Qin, you must succeed, otherwise my family's miss will be miserable. Smelly chief, bad chief, you always make things difficult for my family's miss. Wait until I'm strong in the future and I'll definitely beat you until your head is full of bumps." But as she thought about her own cultivation speed, she feared that even after 100 years or 1,000 years, she still wouldn't be able to defeat him. She couldn't help but feel discouraged and a bit of worry appeared on her face. The young maid took out her handphone. Unsurprisingly, on the hot search list, the inn's pill commission was still at the top of the list. The popularity didn't diminish at all. Even the scandal of a famous female celebrity was firmly suppressed, causing the operations team to go crazy. Unfortunately, no matter what methods they used, they still couldn't attract any attention. They could only accept their fate and laugh and cry. The young maid bit her lips. Then, she opened the relevant post and began to earnestly reply. "I believe that Alchemist 19 will definitely be able to refine the divine blood pill. He is extremely strong." These words were immediately met with a wave of counterattacks. "Little sister, you can eat but you can't speak nonsense. Where does your confidence come from? I've roamed Weibo for hundreds of years and this is the first time I've seen such a naive person. Calling you 50 cents is an insult to 50 cent. The brother above is too vicious. How could such a delicate little beauty withstand this? Dare I ask, is this fairy maiden's chest original? This old man is quite curious. It seems that the poster knows this Alchemist 19. Of course, that is only a guess. Perhaps he is using this opportunity to attract attention. This old lady has seen this sort of thing many times. A portion of God blood to refine the divine blood pill? What a joke. If this could really be done, then this young master would live stream himself eating a handphone. Moreover, it's a Snow brand handphone with an all-alloy body. Chapter 294. The replies were all over the place, but it was clear that they were all mocking and ridiculing her. The young maid was so angry that her eyes turned red. She seriously replied a few more posts, but soon she was so stifled that she couldn't say anything. Her tears began to flow down her face. Pa, after being slapped on the head, the young maid looked up with tears in her eyes. She curled her lips in grievance. "Auntie Hong, they scolded me," Auntie Hong sighed. She reached out a hand to hold her. "That's enough, little girl. Facts are always more powerful than words, much less a group of people who only dare to play with their fingers in this illusory world. Just ignore them." But Auntie Hong knows that you are worried, but since things have come to this step, we can only patiently wait. When we saved the miss, we didn't have any confidence in Mr. Qin at all, but what was the result? He refined the 9 mystic heavens pill and the miss was saved. The young maid shook her head several times. She nodded. I believe in Mr. Qin. He can definitely do it." Auntie Hong faintly smiled. She gently stroked her hair, but there was a bit of restlessness in her eyes. The divine blood pill was far more difficult to refine than the 9 mystic heavens pill. Even with the second portion of God blood that the miss had gifted him, the chances of success didn't surpass 20%. Her eyes fell on the courtyard and she sighed inwardly. Mr. Qin, I'll have to trouble you." At this time, whether it was Waterfall City, Philosophy Watch, or even other vast places, many people were wondering what Qin Yu, Grandmaster 19, was doing at this time. There were even some bored individuals that opened up posts on Weibo, allowing everyone to freely guess what he was doing. This caused a wave of lively replies. Some people thought that he was painstakingly thinking about how to refine the divine blood pill. Some people thought that he had already failed and was in pain and despair. There were even some people who thought that this mysterious Grandmaster was already considering whether or not to leave his hometown and find another way out. Of course, these people were all wrong. Qin Yu was cultivating. It was more accurate to say that he was swallowing pills to restore the strength he had lost. Of course, during this process, his cultivation would inevitably receive benefit. Although he had been refining pills for the inn for less than a month, he had already obtained a great deal of benefit. From looking at the overwhelming pill, essence Chen pill, blood spirit pill, and other pills he refined, one could see that these were all pills that he needed for his current cultivation. In order to advance his 5-element nascent souls, he needed to consume 5 times the strength of an ordinary cultivator. If he didn't have pills to support him, then with his current talent he could only despair. After refining the last bit of medicinal efficacy in his body, he could feel that whether it was his magic power, mortal body, or soul, they had all been restored to their peak. In fact, they had even strengthened a little. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within. The inn had given him 5 chances to refine the god blood, and now he only had 1 chance left. Qin Yu didn't plan on completely ruining it. Thus, he put away the remaining materials and took out the divine blood pill materials that Philosophy Watch had given him. After 5 failures, Qin Yu's harvests were tremendous. Although the attributes of the 2 god blood were different, in the end they all reached the same goal. His finger cut through the void and a flame flashed. With a flick of his sleeves, he tossed it into the fleeting flame furnace. Surging heat erupted, galvanizing heaven and earth's spiritual strength to continuously pour into it. When it came to alchemy, Qin Yu's talent could only be considered average. But he had obtained Taoist Wang's experience's Jade Slip in Immortal Eclipse Valley as well as the 8th Furnace's Samsara Inheritance, so his alchemy background was extremely deep. In addition, after obtaining the little blue lamp, he had refined pills countless times. As the saying went, practice makes perfect. His true alchemy skills had reached an extremely high level. He began to refine the pill. The divine blood pill used god blood as its foundation. The first material to be added was this. He took the jade bottle and wiped away the seal. A dark green halo of light immediately flowed out, as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to escape. Qin Yu had already expected this. He lifted a hand and a seal erupted, suppressing the god blood from fusing into the pill furnace. At the same time, he activated his hand seals and a suction force erupted from the fleeting flame furnace. A massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength crazily poured into it. God blood was noble and had its own pride. It wouldn't easily submit and allow itself to be refined by cultivators. Thus, in Qin Yu's understanding, the flames that flourish today could be considered a killing blow. He would first intimidate it and then slowly refine it. Of course, he could also use gentle methods to try and obtain the approval of the god blood. But the effects might not be as good as this killing blow. As he thought, the god blood flew into a rage and began to fiercely resist. The fleeting flame furnace trembled, emitting dull thumping sounds from time to time. It was like something was rampaging inside, as if the pill furnace was about to explode. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He continued to form hand seals, controlling the temperature of the fleeting flame furnace and causing it to constantly rise. A moment later, there seemed to be an angry roar in his ears. The dull thumping sounds from the pill furnace slowly faded away. Qin Yu lifted a hand and the first material, the withered twig-like cold crossing grass, rapidly flew into the fleeting flame furnace. Beneath the high temperature, the cold crossing grass rapidly melted and faint traces of cold energy escaped. Although it was thin, it contained a terrifyingly low temperature that could freeze all. But now, this low temperature didn't clash with the horrifying heat of the fleeting flame furnace. Rather, it was rapidly absorbed by the god blood and condensed into a dark green ice bead within the flames. Very good, it was just as he thought. Although the attributes of the god blood were different, there was no difference in their essence. However, how were they able to possess completely different attributes under the premise that they were essentially the same? This thought suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's mind. Then, he discovered that he couldn't continue thinking about it. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he didn't dare to. Or, it could be said that with his current cultivation, he didn't have the qualifications to step into it. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He decisively suppressed this thought and gathered all his thoughts together, not allowing them to stir. He took out the second material, hidden earthroot. It was like a child's arm, but it had shrunk by a great deal and was only as thick as a finger. The refining process went smoothly. Qin Yu avoided many small twists and turns. Now, he had added in 11 materials and the pill furnace was still calm. And besides the god blood, the divine blood pill required a total of 17 materials. In other words, he only needed 6 more to successfully refine it. Qin Yu didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he became increasingly dignified. This was because of the 5 previous failures. Besides the first 2 attempts, all of them had failed starting from the 12th material. The 12th material, Water Moon. It was called Water Moon, and its appearance was similar to a pool of water with a full moon reflected in it. But who would have thought that such a strange thing was actually a fruit that grew from a branch? Qin Yu exerted strength in his hand and the fruit broke apart. But what flowed out wasn't juice but hazy moonlight. It was like a moon shrouded in mist in the dark of night, dim and mysterious. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. He reached out a hand and all of the moonlight gathered in his hand. Then, it truly formed a moon phantom. With a flick of his sleeves, the moon phantom flew into the fleeting flame furnace. Within his divine sense, he could see that this moon phantom wasn't like the other materials that directly fused into the god blood. Rather, it floated within the pill furnace, sprinkling down moonlight like a spring rain that quietly covered the god blood. And beneath this moonlight, the 11 materials that had fused together with the god blood began to undergo subtle changes. They became even closer to each other, as if they were a single whole. After the moon phantom was the sun wheel. Before Qin Yu refined the divine blood pill, he never imagined that there would be such a mystical refining method in the path of alchemy. It seemed to draw upon the essence of the sun and moon. He lifted his hand and a crimson fruit appeared in his palm. It emitted a blinding light. It was a sun in his palm. He pointed a finger at the fruit and spiritual strength erupted. On the surface of the fruit, golden runes lit up and it violently exploded. Then, the exploded fragments were wrapped up in heaven and earth spiritual strength and poured into the fleeting flame furnace, within the pill furnace, a blazing hot wind seemed to blow through. Then, outside the moon phantom, a great sun phantom appeared. The sun and moon shined together. Qin Yu's hand seals suddenly sped up. But a moment later, his complexion changed. Bang! There was a muffled explosion within the fleeting flame furnace. Then, a light fragrance wafted out. This smell was extremely strange. When it entered the mouth and nose, it was sweet and delicious. But once it entered the body, it turned into something disgusting and nauseating. Qin Yu's complexion paled. Within his Dantian C's great Tao base, the little blue lamp flashed with light. The discomfort within his body rapidly vanished. Then, a wisp of red appeared like a thread and sank into his right index finger. This red thread, Qin Yu frowned, his eyes dignified. He was sure that he had only felt nauseous just now and hadn't noticed anything else. Looking at the red thread that sank into his finger and connected to his entire body, Qin Yu felt a chill rise from the depths of his heart. This was the curse of the heavens and earth. Qin Yu was startled. It was like he instinctively knew the origin of this red thread. This was the punishment one would receive if they defied the will of the heavens and failed. God blood wasn't something that cultivators could use. If it weren't for the little blue lamp, Qin Yu might not have felt any changes in his body for some time. But this red thread hidden within his body would surely give him a great pleasant surprise in the future. So, why hadn't such a situation occurred the last 5 times he had failed? And did the inn know the consequences of failing to refine the divine blood pill? If they knew, why didn't they warn him ahead of time? Qin Yu's complexion darkened. After a long period of silence, he flicked his sleeves and the fleeting flame furnace opened, spitting out the burnt waste within. He could verify these matters in the future. Right now, the most important thing was to refine the divine blood pill. He looked up at the clock embedded in the wall. This was a simple magic tool driven by spirit stones. It could accurately calculate the time, and each tick represented 2 hours. There was still some time before nightfall. Qin Yu took out some pills and swallowed them. 2 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He lifted his palm and a deep blue light circulated. The little blue lamp slowly appeared. With a thought, it flew up on its own. The light it emitted was like a stream of water that covered the waste materials. Perhaps it was because the little blue lamp had swallowed tribulation thunder, but its abilities had risen. The speed at which it decomposed waste materials was much faster than before. Pieces of icicle were rapidly peeled off. Qin Yu had already sorted them out and put them away. Soon, all that was left over was the largest piece of pitch black. It was as silent as charcoal. No matter how the deep blue light covered it, it didn't change at all. Qin Yu frowned. He had already peeled off the god blood 5 times, and everything had gone smoothly. It wasn't any different from the other materials, but this time it seemed he had used a bit more time. An hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. Chapter 295. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where the little blue lamp couldn't separate itself. Was it because of the god blood? However, he had already successfully dissected the white flame-like god blood. There was no problem. What was going on? He took a deep breath and suppressed the shaking in his heart. Then, he put away the little blue lamp and revealed a thoughtful expression. But in the end, he gained nothing. But, if he couldn't separate the god blood, then the refinement of the divine blood pill would be considered a failure. Qin Yu could not accept this result. It would ruin all of his plans and even place him in a dangerous situation. He had no way of knowing what the inn's attitude would be. Moreover, it was impossible for them to continue being friendly to him after suffering such heavy losses. Perhaps there was something special about this god's blood that required more time to be extracted? Qin Yu wasn't sure, but there was nothing else he could do. He took out some pills, forced himself to calm down, and entered a state of cultivation. In a situation where he couldn't continue refining pills for the entire day, he couldn't just sit around and waste time. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the refinement really failed, when faced with a dangerous situation, the stronger his cultivation was, the more power he would have to protect himself. Night fell as scheduled. Qin Yu opened his eyes and took out the little blue lamp without hesitation. Light covered that pitch-black mass once more, but there was still no change to it. It wasn't that nothing had changed, but rather, nothing had changed throughout the night. It was exactly the same as it had been in the beginning. Qin Yu's heart sank to the pit of his stomach. Although he was puzzled no matter how he thought about it, he had already prepared himself for failure. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He had hoped to use this opportunity to gain a foothold in the inn and use the inn's power to protect himself. Then, he would cultivate with all his strength, striving to step into divine soul as soon as possible. At that time, with his divine soul cultivation, he would truly have the strength to walk through the land of divinity and demons. Because the location of the immortal sect was very, very far away, so far that the search results on the phone only showed that nascent soul could not be crossed. Nascent soul couldn't cross it, but divine soul could. But now, perhaps all of that would have to be postponed indefinitely. During the day, Qin Yu put away the little blue lamp. Although he was sure that no one would disturb him at this time, he still didn't want the slightest possibility of the little blue lamp being exposed. He already had enough troubles. He didn't want to tie himself with any more uncertain and dangerous factors. Qin Yu was considering how to escape this situation. That's right, to put it bluntly, he was preparing to run. There was nothing to be embarrassed about, resentful, or unwilling. Alright, there was indeed a little bit of unwillingness, but only a little bit. Since there was an accident, he could only change his plan and try his best to protect himself. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. He could start over again. In his mind, he imagined countless possibilities and made countless plans. Gradually, his heart calmed down. Of course, there was no preparation in this world, because accidents could happen at any time. Therefore, his thoughts were still taut and he did not relax in the slightest. The night was like water. In the darkness, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He looked at the pitch-black ground and thought for a moment before taking out the little blue lamp. Perhaps there was still hope. With this thought in mind, he continued day after day until the deadline of half a month approached. Tomorrow was the delivery date. In Waterfall City, the chief alchemist coldly sneered. He signed a document to convene a meeting of managers. In tomorrow's meeting, he would come up with a plan to deal with the situation and reduce the impact on the inn to the minimum. At the same time, he would cause that alchemist Qin Yu to fall into a state of eternal damnation. He would cut off all possibilities until he died. As for the young miss, a woman shouldn't wield the authority of a man to begin with. Once she handed over everything, perhaps, the chief alchemist's lips curved up in a smile. He was actually looking forward to tomorrow a little more. The bright hall didn't dim in the slightest, just because night had arrived. Lin Weiwei held a book, her thoughts immersed in it. She was a studious woman. It seemed that she was reading books all the time when she wasn't working. No one knew where she found these almost endless books. The assistant had a gloomy expression. She quickly walked in, her mood a bit bad. Her footsteps were a bit heavy. Lin Weiwei looked up, a bit of confusion in her eyes. Then, she focused. She rubbed her temples and asked, "What is it?" If it weren't for the fact that she knew that the young miss was always in this state, the assistant would have lost control of herself. She said in a low voice, "Miss, tomorrow is the delivery date for the pill commission." Lin Weiwei had a light expression. "Looking at you, did you fail?" The assistant shook her head. "There is no news." She paused for a moment and continued to say, "But there has been no phenomenon so far. I believe that the chances of failure are over 90%. So, Miss needs to make preparations as soon as possible." "Prepare for what?" "To protect your rights." Lin Weiwei lowered her head to look at her book. "You know that I don't care much about these things." The assistant clenched her teeth. She waved away the maids and lowered her voice. "But the second miss cares." Lin Weiwei frowned. She looked up once more. The assistant continued to say, "You should know the second miss's temper. If she wakes up and learns of the result of this matter, she will never give up. At that time, great waves will surely arise." Lin Weiwei was silent. The assistant decided to reveal her trump card. If the second miss goes crazy, and the young master isn't here, no one will be able to suppress her. At that time, if something happens, Miss must be mentally prepared. Lin Weiwei's complexion changed. It was unknown what she was thinking, but she revealed a look of lingering fear. With her personality, for her to show such emotions meant that this matter was no trifling matter. "All right, I got it." This sentence indicated that he had compromised. The assistant respectfully bowed and then turned to leave. Her feet were soft and her lips curved up in a cold smile. The young master and miss were one family. The entire inn was a family matter, so how could an outsider dare to interfere? So what if he was the chief disciple? Did he really think that he could have other thoughts? The assistant's complexion became even colder. She thought back to the beast-hunting battalion and that Mr. Chin that Auntie Hong had recommended. Killing intent tumbled in her eyes. He had wasted a portion of god blood and brought trouble to the inn. Moreover, there seemed to be some connection between him and the second miss. This sort of person should be erased as soon as possible. Auntie Hong gently sighed. This was already the last night. Even now, there was still no news from the courtyard. Perhaps this in itself explained everything. The divine blood pill was different from other pills. Because it contained god blood, it could galvanize the rules of the world. When the pill was formed, there would definitely be a phenomenon occurring. Now that everything was calm, that meant the pill hadn't formed yet, or that it had already failed. After all, even with the god blood that the miss had given him, that was only 2 portions of materials. Half a month was more than enough time to completely use it up. However, Chin Yu's calm and confident demeanor from half a month ago. Auntie Hong shook her head, a bitter smile on her face. How could she have believed him? Moreover, the miss had actually believed him. If this matter was seriously investigated, then she would have a great deal of responsibility and wouldn't be able to escape punishment. There was the sound of footsteps behind her. Auntie Hong's complexion sank. She turned and said, "Didn't I say that no one is allowed to casually approach?" Peony stopped in the distance. "Auntie Hong, there is a message from Waterfall City." Auntie Hong's complexion changed for a moment before she composed herself. She stepped forwards and took the jade slip. After several breaths of time, she laid down the jade slip, a helpless smile on her face. This was indeed that woman's style. However, since she was going to be punished in the end, doing this wasn't too bad. At the very least, she could help the miss bear less responsibility. "Auntie Hong, what is it?" The young maid had a worried expression. Auntie Hong smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that I might not be able to look after you in the future." The young maid's eyes widened. Peony's eyes turned red. "Auntie Hong, how can you be blamed for this?" It was clearly Waterfall City that agreed. Auntie Hong waved her hand. "That's enough. Don't say such things again in the future. If someone comes to ask you, you know how to answer." She turned around and looked at the quiet courtyard. Then, she spoke in a soft voice, as if making her final judgment. "I was the one who requested to accept the alchemy commission. All consequences will be borne by me." The sky brightened. There was no phenomenon. The last bit of anticipation in Auntie Hong's eyes dissipated. She turned and walked outside. "Pass down the order that the inn will be closed for the time being. Once the new manager arrives, all of you just need to listen to his orders." "Auntie Hong!" The young maid cried out in sorrow. She wasn't too bright, but she wasn't stupid. She just didn't want to think too much about it. Auntie Hong didn't turn around, but her voice sounded out in her ears. "After Mr. Chin comes out, have him immediately leave. If he is too late, I fear there will be a great disaster." A moment later, after making some general arrangements, she faintly smiled and stepped into the transmission array. Waterfall City. Chief Alchemist Jean Cheng's complexion was heavy. He slowly said, "Philosophy Watch's plot has succeeded." The entire meeting room was deathly silent. Everyone knew that this was only the beginning of an upheaval. Now that the curtains had opened, the storm that would follow was something that not even they had the qualifications to interfere in. They could only wait for the result. On handphones, news had already begun to fly about. Although no one dared to reveal their true identity, there was one point that could be confirmed, or the inn's alchemy commission had failed. Countless cultivators had excited expressions. Although they wouldn't obtain any benefits from this storm, their dark and sinister natures made them happy to see a colossus overturn. Of course, perhaps overturn was a bit too serious to describe it. But, no matter who it was, they knew that with such a great ruckus, it was impossible for this matter to pass so easily. The inn would surely suffer a great misfortune. As for that Grandmaster number 19, oh, that's not right. From today onwards, it would be inappropriate to call him Grandmaster. It should be the pitiful alchemist number 19. He was just a pawn to be sacrificed in this show. Especially now that he no longer had any value, he naturally couldn't attract any more attention. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the inn, waiting for their response. However, before the inn's response could be heard, the surging undercurrents beneath the water's surface had already begun to wildly laugh. The young maid sat there in a daze. Auntie Hong had left. Perhaps she would never have the chance to see her again. She suddenly wanted to cry. Her eyes turned red and tears fell down her cheeks, falling onto her chest. That's right, it was her chest. Perhaps this could also be considered some sort of annoyance that came with being too great. In her entire life, she would never be able to taste the poignant beauty of a teardrop falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Suddenly, a light sound entered her ears. The young maid's ears moved. But, I am sad, I don't want to move. She lowered her head, continuing to immerse herself in her sorrow. Eventually, the light in front of her dimmed. A voice sounded out, "Why are you crying?" The young maid suddenly forgot to cry. Her eyes widened and she looked up, her face filled with astonishment. However, her eyes that had brightened up soon dimmed, leaving behind only disappointment. Before Auntie Hong left, she had said that when the divine blood pill formed, there would be a world phenomenon. But she had been here the entire time and there hadn't been any movement at all, much less any phenomenon. Chapter 296. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at the dazed young maid in front of him. His eyes fell onto her chest, where her tears were wet. He was immediately touched and coughed, looking away. Song, where is Auntie Hong? A bit of resentment rose in the young maid's heart. But as she thought about how this person had saved her miss, she suppressed her thoughts and bowed. Mr. Qin, Auntie Hong asked me to tell you to immediately leave after you come out, otherwise there will be a disaster. She sobbed and continued to say, Auntie Hong? Auntie Hong, she went to Waterfall City. Waterfall City? What was the meaning of this puzzled look? No matter how weak the young maid was, she still couldn't help but feel annoyed. She clenched her teeth. That's where the inn's headquarters is located. Auntie Hong took the initiative to accept Philosophy Watch's pill refining commission, and now she has no choice but to go to Waterfall City to accept her punishment. Qin Yu looked at the young maid's angry appearance and rubbed his chin. Who said I failed? The young maid's eyes widened. Ah! Time returned to last night. In the alchemy room, the little blue lamp's brilliance was like a deep blue sea, deep and transparent. The pitch-black mass that was bathed in it began to dissolve without warning. Then, that pitch-black mass was stripped away, leaving behind only a dazzling green light. Qin Yu, who had already prepared himself to leave, revealed a stunned expression. He bitterly smiled. He never imagined that, at the final moment, the god blood would be completely stripped away. Moreover, it seemed much different from how it was at the start. But at this time, he didn't have the mind to care about these things. This was because there were still 4 hours until dawn. If he hurried, he should be able to complete the refinement in 4 hours. But if he delayed, it would affect his plan to escape and might even cause him to fail. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Yu revealed a firm look. Since he still had one more chance, he shouldn't give it up. After all, the inn's opportunity was extremely important to him. If he could grasp it, it would greatly improve his situation and allow him to step onto the road to the immortal sect earlier. Qin Yu had always been a decisive person. Since he made his decision, he suppressed all other thoughts. His finger cut through the void and ignited the fleeting flame furnace. He threw away everything else and immersed his mind in it. Then, the entire pill refining process proceeded smoothly. It was like the divine blood pill already existed, and all he needed to do was throw in the materials in order. The sky brightened. The refining of the divine blood pill had reached the final critical juncture. When the first ray of sunlight shined down, the fleeting flame furnace opened. A pill that was surrounded by deep green bloodlines flew out and fell into Qin Yu's hand. There wasn't the least bit of sound, nor was there anything strange. Qin Yu, who already had some understanding of the divine blood pill, revealed a surprised look. Was it a success or a failure? His mind was immersed. By relying on the little blue lamp, Qin Yu finally found the reason why no phenomenon had appeared. He had been delayed until now. The young maid's face flushed red. She stammered, "Mr. Qin, you refined it?" She immediately bit down on the tip of her tongue. "But, when the divine blood pill is born, there will definitely be a phenomenon." Qin Yu coughed. "About that, I'm not too sure." Since he couldn't explain matters involving the little blue lamp, he could only play dumb. As Fake Qin spoke, far away in Waterfall City, the meeting of managers had already begun. The chief alchemist's voice was stern as he pointed out the difficult situation facing the inn. Philosophy Watch has sent out a pill commission, but after it fails, it's impossible for them to be the only ones kicking us while we're down. What the inn will have to face is the malicious attacks of all competitors in the same industry. He swept his eyes around, a pained expression on his face. I already said that it was impossible for Qin Yu to succeed, but no one believed me. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have reached this point. The hearts of all the managers in the meeting chilled. They knew that the chief alchemist was using this as a pretext to start settling accounts. Lin Weiwei sat in the seat of honor, her expression calm and indifferent, as if she didn't hear any of this at all. Behind her, the assistant lowered her head. But a cold chill lingered around her, so cold that it seemed to seep into one's bones. Jin Qing frowned. He was surprised by Lin Weiwei's calmness. But today, the situation was with him, and he wouldn't shrink back in the slightest. "Miss, I wonder if you said that you would take responsibility for this matter on your own?" Lin Weiwei looked up. But before she could speak, the assistant spat out icy words. "Chief Alchemist, please remember your status and recognize the status of the miss. Do you wish to offend your superiors?" Jin Qing remained expressionless. "As the chief alchemist of the inn, I have the qualifications to supervise the agents. Moreover, this matter was done willfully by the miss. Everyone present today has witnessed it with their own eyes. I wouldn't dare to offend my superiors, but this matter has caused tremendous damage to my inn, so I naturally have to give an explanation." The assistant coldly said, "Even if I wanted to give an explanation, I wouldn't be able to find the miss. Chief Alchemist, please clarify this matter before coming back." Jin Qing frowned. "Could it be that the miss wants to shift the blame onto someone else?" The assistant's eyes turned even colder. She clapped her hands and the doors to the meeting room opened. Auntie Hong walked in, her expression calm. She lightly said, "In this matter, the fault is all on me. It has nothing to do with the miss." Jin Qing turned around, his eyes as sharp as arrows. "Hong Ruo, I fear that you don't have the qualifications to take full responsibility for this matter." Auntie Hong's complexion was calm. "The miss has been adventuring in the area under my jurisdiction and owes me a great favor. It was I who used this favor as the price to request the miss to allow Mr. Qin to accept the commission. I originally wanted to use this matter as a chance to push Mr. Qin up in exchange for great merit points so that I could enter Waterfall City and become the true manager. But I never thought that I would fail in the end and cause so much trouble for the inn. All of this is on me, and I am willing to bear all the consequences." The meeting room was in an uproar. Many eyes fell on Lin Weiwei, revealing astonishment and awe. Just what was going on here? Everyone here was a smart person, so they could clearly see what was going on. The young Mrs. trick of escaping was truly beautiful. she easily pushed all the trouble onto Hong Ruo. Most importantly, the young miss was actually able to make Hong Ruo willingly accept the punishment. This kind of method was truly shocking. Jin Qing paled. He was well aware that if Hong Ruo insisted on doing this, there was nothing he could do to target Lin Weiwei. He would miss a great opportunity like this. He took a deep breath and coldly said, Hong Ruo, do you know what you are saying right now? Do you know how serious the consequences of this matter will be? Do you know whether or not you are truly prepared to bear all the consequences? Cold intent filled the air. Auntie Hong was silent for a moment. Then, she lightly said, It is my fault, it is my fault. There is nothing more to say. I will accept whatever punishment the chief disciple wishes to give me. Good, good, good. Jin Qing was so angry that he actually smiled. Although the miss had a reason for this, you still have to bear a certain degree of responsibility for today's consequences. So, when it comes to punishment, the miss cannot interfere. He was going to be ruthless now. Lin Weiwei frowned. The assistant quickly reached out a hand and pulled on the hem of her clothes. She said, Everything will be as the chief alchemist says. She lowered her voice and continued to say, Miss, as long as you retain your authority, there will always be a chance in the future to exempt Hong Ruo from punishment. Lin Weiwei looked at the calm Auntie Hong. She sighed inwardly and slowly nodded. Jin Cheng's eyes flashed with savagery. Hong Ruo, for your own selfishness, you have neglected the inn's interests and caused tremendous damage to the inn. Today, with my status as the chief alchemist, I punish you to enter the cave of eternal cold. You will be forced to spend the rest of your life gathering ice seeds, never to be pardoned. The young maid's heart had never raced so fast before. But as she thought about Auntie Hong's current situation and the difficulties the miss had encountered, she felt endless strength surge out from her weak body. Standing outside the meeting room, she tried her best to keep her face taut, not allowing her voice to fluctuate. She took out a token. I am the Mrs. Personal Assistant. There is an important matter that I must immediately see the miss. Open the door. The guards glanced at each other in dismay. The token was real, but it only represented that she was close to the miss. Right now, a high-level meeting was being held in the meeting room. The chief alchemist had already given strict orders that no one was allowed to enter. Just now, the matter of Auntie Hong Ruo entering was something that the assistant had already arranged. They didn't know how to explain this to the chief alchemist. If they allowed this young assistant in, they feared that it would be understood that they were completely standing on the side of the miss. That would be troublesome. The guard captain had no expression. The meeting is in progress. No one is allowed to disturb us. If you want to see the miss, then wait here. As expected, if they don't open the door for me, the young maid instinctively panicked. But this matter couldn't be delayed. She clenched her teeth. How insolent! Who do you think you are that you dare to block my way? If you delay this important matter, just how many heads do you have? I never thought that I would have such an awe-inspiring day. Although she was scared and shy, she felt extremely happy in her heart. The guard captain's complexion stiffened. He was immediately enraged. With his status, he was actually being shouted at by a maid. Even if she was someone close to the miss, she still didn't have the qualifications to do so. He stepped forwards, about to erupt in anger, but the young maid was faster than him. She approached him and coldly looked up at him. I will say it again. Immediately screw off, otherwise after today, none of you will have a good time. It was a bit addictive. Indeed, what the second miss said was right. Women should be a bit more domineering. The young maid felt as if she had found her rhythm. She fiercely stuck out her chest, frightening the guard captain. He instinctively moved away, a cold sweat covering his forehead. He suddenly remembered that this young maid was someone close to the miss. If he really bumped into her and she falsely accused him of taking liberties with her, or even said that she harbored ill intentions towards the miss, then things would become much more serious. Looking at the sneering maid in front of him, the guard captain's heart turned even colder. This woman's thoughts were truly vicious. Screw off. Seeing that the guard captain was afraid, the young maid's momentum erupted. She took 2 steps forwards and kicked the meeting room's doors. Bang! The 2 luxurious and exquisite doors that shined with a brilliant light were sent flying backwards. They crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 297. The guards behind her stiffened. Their eyes widened as they stared at the young maid, as if they were looking at a fairy tale. Cold sweat dripped down the forehead of the vexed guard commander. He thought to himself, just who is this person? How could he be so ferocious? Luckily, he hadn't tried to stop her, otherwise he had no idea just how miserable he would have been. In the meeting room, the Lord Chief Alchemist who had spoken out with a murderous aura and wanted Auntie Hong to enter the Cave of Eternal Cold was scared witless. His intimidating aura was suddenly cut into a mess. He was stunned for a moment and then his eyes turned red. Today, he had originally wanted to seize the young miss and divide her authority, but Hong Ruo had ruined his plans. Now, he wanted to use her to establish his might and let everyone know that he, Jin Qing, wasn't someone to be provoked. Anyone who provoked him would have to pay an unbearable price. But even this wasn't done well. Just as his voice fell and he was about to take on everyone's looks of fear and awe, he was interrupted by a loud bang. Moreover, damn it, the meeting room's doors had been kicked down by someone. Today's meeting had been convened by him, so wasn't this the same as directly stepping on his face? You bastard! Where did this little girl come from? Drag her away and beat her to death. The young maid regained her composure. Her overwhelming momentum vanished in the blink of an eye. She curled her lips and tears began to flow down her cheeks. Seeing that the guards behind her were really about to capture her, she screamed and rushed in. "Miss, save me!" This scene caused the guard commander, who was about to order his men to stagger and almost fall to the ground. When he raised his head again, his eyes were already brimming with tears. "You little girl, you sure know how to put on a good show." The assistant paled and glared at the young maid. Just as the matter was about to be settled and the storm was about to dissipate, this little wench had decided to butt in and cause such a ruckus. How could that dog Jin Qing miss out on this chance? And indeed, the chief alchemist's voice echoed out. Is that the young Miss Maid? She is truly impressive. She even dared to kick down the meeting room's doors. Admirable, admirable. The other supervisors also had ugly complexions. Although they didn't want to interfere in the struggle for power between the chief alchemist and the young miss, that didn't mean that they didn't have their own dignity. Breaking the door and interrupting the meeting, this matter was indeed too despicable. Eldest miss, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just anxious. They stopped me and didn't let me in. The maid stammered. Her previous arrogance had completely vanished, and she was now like a quail. The commander of the guards outside the door felt his vision darken. He had a great reputation, yet he had been deceived by such a little girl. More importantly, she even dared to complain about him. Who stopped you? Who stopped you? You were the one who couldn't hold back and kicked the conference room door away. How can you blame me? Jin Qing sneered, anxious? I want to know what important matter a maidservant like you has that you dare to be so impudent. He stared at Lin Weiwei. Just a moment ago, the maid official spoke of disrespecting her superiors. My inn's rules are strict and we naturally cannot tolerate this sort of arrogant and disrespectful person. If this little maid cannot give a reasonable explanation, then she will enter the Cave of Eternal Cold with Hong Ruo and dig up the ice-cold seed. Cave of Eternal Cold, the maid gasped for breath. Her vision darkened. Eldest miss, save me, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. Her voice was pitiful, as if she were being ravaged by 17 to 18 men. On both sides of the conference table, the supervisors all frowned. They couldn't help but reveal a strange look in their eyes. There was nothing they could do about it. This voice, cough cough, it was just too easy for one to think of wrong things. The assistant's eyebrows shot up. She shouted, "Shut up!" Her body shivered with anger. Composure, poise, composure, where were all these things that she had been taught in the past? Had they been fed to the dogs? "Speak, what is it?" The shadow of her youth gushed out. The maid was so frightened that she forgot all fear. She screamed out, "Mr. Cheen refined the divine blood pill." Her voice was sharp and fast, so loud that it hurt everyone's eardrums. But no one cared about this at this time. Everyone's eyes widened with shock. The assistant subconsciously stepped forwards. "Say that again?" The maid shrank back. "Ah, Mr. Cheen refined the divine blood pill." The chief alchemist's complexion changed. He didn't believe that this maid would dare to speak such nonsense. If this was true, then after this matter, Lin Weiwei's status would be as solid as a mountain, impossible to shake. The entire conference room fell deathly silent. At this time, no one remembered something as trivial as kicking down the door. Everyone's mind was filled with a single thought: the divine blood pill had been refined. It had actually been refined. The assistant revealed a rare look of excitement. She turned and said, Miss Lin Weiwei's eyes were also filled with astonishment. Then, she revealed a bit of gratification. She lightly said, "Song Song, take out the divine blood pill and hand it over to the chief alchemist to appraise." The maid blinked her eyes. It seemed that no one was mentioning her own mistakes anymore. She happily nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. She took out a jade bottle and placed it on the table before quickly drawing back to the side. As the chief alchemist of the inn, he naturally had the greatest authority when it came to appraising pills. Jin Cheng took a deep breath. He flicked his sleeves and took the jade bottle. He opened the cork and looked down. His face was startled for a moment before turning into a sneer. He looked at the maid and said, "Cheap maid, how bold of you! You actually dared to joke around with us? This time, even if the miss spoke up, she wouldn't be able to protect you." He threw the jade bottle back on the table. "Everyone, come take a look. This is the divine blood pill that was refined." The inn operated a brothel and a pill business. The alchemists might not have high attainments in alchemy, but they still had good eyesight. At this time, one of them took the jade bottle and looked down for a long time. His face darkened. "This doesn't seem to be the divine blood pill." Another manager received the bottle. After several breaths of time, he nodded. "Although it is somewhat similar, it isn't. The color is scarlet and the smell is fragrant with a touch of blood mixed in. The color is warm and moist, and one can feel the phantom of the rules around it. Although the shape of this pill isn't ordinary, it only has the appearance. It doesn't have any of the mysteries of the divine blood pill. What a good Mr. Cheen! He actually dares to use a fake divine blood pill to deceive us. This is simply a great crime. This is bad. Could it be that this person knows that he will be severely punished, so he tricked this stupid maid to take advantage of this chance to escape?" Jin Cheng sneered again and again. "It's fine if this maid is stupid, but I'm only worried that someone is biased towards Mr. Cheen and deliberately did this to him so that he can live." No one dared to respond to these words. Within the inn, it seemed that the only one who had the qualifications to order around this maid was the miss. Moreover, it was rumored that the miss and this Mr. Cheen were somewhat related. The maid didn't know that the situation would reverse like this. She fell to her knees. "Miss, I don't dare to lie. It was Mr. Cheen who told me that he had already refined the divine blood pill. He told me to take the pill and hurry to save Auntie Hong. Miss, I really didn't lie." Lin Weiwei furrowed her eyebrows. "Bring the pill over." The assistant had a gloomy expression. She stepped forwards to retrieve the pill. Lin Weiwei took it and looked at it several times. She sighed inwardly. It was indeed different from what was recorded. But in her mind, that calm and composed face subconsciously appeared. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, there were still some ripples in the lake of her heart. After a long period of silence, she slowly said, Song, did Mr. Qin really say that he refined the divine blood pill? Was it the one he gave you? The maid nodded again and again. Yes, this is the one that Mr. Qin gave me. Jean Cheng's complexion darkened. Miss, could it be that you still want to defend them? Lin Weiwei thought for a moment. She seriously looked at it several times and then shook her head. I have no such intentions, and there is no need for that either. This is because I believe that this is the true divine blood pill. Whoosh, the meeting room was in an uproar. The miss actually said that this was a god blood pill. Some people that weren't close to Jean Qing to begin with, and some even faintly stood on her side, couldn't help but frown, a look of displeasure on their faces. That's right, the inn was indeed a business of the Lin family. Since the young master wasn't here, the miss was the one in charge. But even so, how could you not distinguish between black and white and call a deer a horse? Do you really think we are all blind and deaf? Jean Cheng's complexion didn't change, but joy gushed out in her heart. She never thought that the intelligent miss would actually lose her sense of propriety in this matter. But as she thought about how this matter involved Qin Yu, this joy suddenly turned into an endless chill. Miss, are you certain that this is the divine blood pill? Her voice was calm, but the anger and coldness in it nearly froze space. I ask Miss to understand that this pill was not refined by my inn, but a trap laid down by Philosophy Watch. The divine blood pill must be delivered to them. Then, everyone's complexions changed in the meeting room. Calling a deer a horse was fine, but if this pill was delivered to Philosophy Watch, how could they possibly miss out on such a good opportunity? They would surely launch a fierce attack on the inn. They could even imagine the title in their minds. The inn reneged, passing off an unknown pill as a divine blood pill. They had eyes but couldn't see, unable to distinguish between the true and the false. The inn should close down as soon as possible to avoid harming all sides. Using a fake divine blood pill to evade responsibility, the inn's actions left everyone cold. A manager fiercely stood up. Miss, please wake up. Don't keep making mistakes. That's right. If the refining of the divine blood pill fails, although the inn will be in trouble, there is still room for redemption. If you really do this, then our inn's reputation will be completely ruined. Since the young master isn't here, we must protect our foundation. I hope that Miss won't be so stubborn. Jean Qing had a solemn expression. He cupped his hands together and bowed. I ask Miss to prioritize the inn's foundation. Walala. On both sides of the long table, all the managers stood up and cupped their hands together. I ask Miss to prioritize the inn's foundation. The young maid's mouth fell open. Her eyes widened as she looked at the scene in front of her. Her mind was in chaos, as if it had turned into paste. How could things be like this? Mr. Qin was lying. He really wanted to take this chance to run away, but Auntie Hong already said that she would let him go. Why did he do this? Did he not know that this would harm the miss? The assistant's face darkened. The situation had actually deteriorated to the point where all the managers were standing against the miss. This far surpassed her expectations. Damn it, Qin Yu, you deserve to die. She absolutely could not allow the situation to worsen, otherwise the miss's authority would be lost. In the future, she might even be rejected and forced to approach the center of power once more. Chapter 298. Auntie Hong was startled. She didn't think that the miss would mention this at this time. She hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. At the time, I only chose to believe him because I had no other choice. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, I still had to try. Lin Weiwei smiled. Her personality was cold and indifferent. Now that she suddenly revealed a smile, even though it was covered by a veil, one could still feel her soul-stirring beauty. That's right. I never thought that I would be able to survive. She paused for a moment and then continued to say, So, Auntie Hong, do you think he is someone who would lie? The assistant's eyes widened. But before she could speak, Lin Weiwei turned and glanced at her. Just a single glance caused her heart to shake. All words were stuck in her throat and she couldn't say a single word more. Auntie Hong's eyes widened, gradually revealing admiration. She was truly worthy of being the miss. She actually had such courage. She smiled. I also think that Mr. Qin is a trustworthy person. We think the same. Lin Weiwei swept her eyes around the meeting room. So, I believe that this is the divine blood pill. Jean Cheng's eyes were gloomy, as if he could eat someone alive. He clenched his teeth. Miss, do you know what you are saying right now? Do you really want to destroy the inn? Lin Weiwei rose to her feet. The calmness, gentleness on her body were gone, replaced by a dignified, domineering, and powerful aura. It was like a mountain weighing down on everyone's hearts. She lifted her hand. A bright light flashed and a token appeared in her hand. Before Big Brother left, he gave this token to me. He said that no matter how big or small the inn is, he could make decisions by himself. Since everyone is here, can you tell me whether or not this is true? The complexions of the people in charge around the long table changed. They all bowed together. The token is the same as the person. We greet the young master. The chief alchemist paled. But at this time, he had no choice but to follow everyone in bowing. Lin Weiwei had a faint expression. It looks like Big Brother didn't lie to me. Then, tell Philosophy Watch that the divine blood pill they want has already been refined. Jean Qing fiercely looked up. Miss, do you know the consequences of this? Lin Weiwei coldly interrupted him. Do as I say. She turned and walked out. The assistant, Song Song, Auntie Hong, and the others quickly followed. At this time, no one had any thoughts of punishing them. The inn was facing a situation of life and death. Without the divine blood pill, he had to say that he had finished refining it and then deliver it to Philosophy Watt. That was the same as handing over his life. The faces of the people in charge turned pale. Their eyes were filled with bitterness and helplessness. Could it be that a woman who had fallen in love would really become so stupid and reckless? Chief, what should we do? If we really hand it over to Philosophy Watch, then things will go out of control. Don't tell me we are going to watch the inn's great foundation be destroyed just like that. Jean Cheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Young master gave me the token, so what can I do? Forget it, let's see how this farce ends. He flicked his sleeves and left. The female attendant's expression was extremely ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, Miss, please take back your order. He straightened his back and knelt down. Lin Weiwei laid down her book, her eyes light. You also think that I did this to protect Qin? The assistant knelt down, remaining silent. But sometimes silence was an answer. Lin Weiwei said in a soft voice, If anyone likes him, it is my second sister who likes him. It has nothing to do with me, so what you think is wrong. Although I don't like power, it is impossible for me to destroy everything that my big brother has painstakingly built. That pill is unusual. At the very least, compared to what those people in the meeting room saw, it is far more formidable. The assistant looked up, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. Miss, are you saying that pill, it really is? Lin Weiwei shook her head. I cannot be sure. The assistant was stunned. Auntie Hong revealed a look of guilt. Miss did this to save me and Song Song, otherwise you wouldn't have taken such a risk. Lin Weiwei didn't reply. She only asked herself, was this really the case? Perhaps there were these reasons, but what appeared in her mind was that person's calm appearance. The inn announced that the divine blood pill had been refined and would be delivered as scheduled. As this news spread out, there was an immediate uproar. It became the most explosive news on the handphone network, leaving countless cultivators dumbfounded. The inn has successfully refined the divine blood pill. Holy shit, is this real or fake? How come I feel that this isn't reliable at all? That's right, there was news just now that the inn failed to refine the pill. How could it be reversed in the blink of an eye? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Amidst the clamor of questions, an unknown piece of news spread out, instantly igniting the restlessness. The inn had failed to refine the pill, so they replaced it with an unknown pill in an attempt to bluff their way through. As long as one had a brain, they definitely wouldn't believe this news. What was the inn doing? Didn't they know that as long as others weren't blind, they could see through this? And even if they couldn't see through it, they should be able to find out after eating it, right? But this news was accompanied by several high-definition pictures. It was said that the inn's headquarters in Waterfall City had been taken during a meeting today. One could see the gate that had been kicked down, the chief alchemist Jean Cheng's dark complexion, and the panic and helplessness in the eyes of the many supervisors. At the end of the news, it was pointed out that there was an important figure in the inn that had an ambiguous relationship with alchemist number 19. Thus, he had to be protected at all costs. Alright, this really was going to be lively. It was said that within the inn, there was a mysterious young miss who wielded great authority. In addition to this news, there was no need to say anything else. This was a girl from a wealthy family that was willing to risk everything for love. In other words, the pill that the inn had delivered this time was a complete lie. Haha, how lively, how lively, how lively! After dozens of senior alchemists from Philosophy Watch had carefully appraised the pill, they all agreed that the so-called divine blood pill that the inn had delivered to them was nothing more than fake goods. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are helping me, the heavens are really helping me. The purple-robed elder had an excited expression, as if he hadn't been prepared for the pleasant surprise that had come too quickly. This time, I will make sure that the inn's reputation is thoroughly swept to the ground. From now on, they will never have a chance to rise again. That little girl from the inn is willing to disregard everything for her lover. It's all thanks to her. After this matter, my Philosophy Watch will put up a plaque with the words "Peerless Good Man" written on it and gift it to that young miss from the inn. Haha, I like Brother Zhou's suggestion very much. However, I think that little girl is quite cunning. Perhaps she thought that after handing over the fake divine blood pill to us, she would no longer take responsibility for it. She might even bite back and say that we switched the pills to frame the inn. But she never imagined that from the moment we received the pills, we have been recording everything without any tricks at all. The purple-robed elder had a smug expression. He pretended to be calm and said, "That little girl's schemes are nothing more than child's play in front of me." Someone stood up and cupped their hands together. "Elder, then should we immediately contact the Weather Talk program team and have them appraise this divine blood pill?" The purple-robed elder waved his hand. "I have another idea. If the pill appraisers are all our own people, then I fear we won't be able to convince everyone. So, tell the Weather Talk program team and have them invite the inn's alchemists to appraise it together with us." Everyone's eyes brightened and they all revealed looks of praise. This was truly an elder, he was truly fierce. This is simply slapping them in the face. Have the inn's people deny their own pills. If they really dare to deny it, then with the recording in our hands, we can send the inn into the abyss of eternal damnation. Elder Nangong's strategy is truly admirable. Amidst the flattery, the purple-robed elder flicked his sleeves. Don't forget, we must sincerely invite them, especially that chief alchemist. Soon, the Weather Talk program team began to move. In the next episode, they would publicly appraise the divine blood pill and post a list of the several alchemy grandmasters participating in the appraisal. Although there were people from Philosophy Watch, there were also publicly recognized alchemy masters. Their credibility was high. Following that, the Weather Talk program team sent out another notice. They would invite the inn's alchemists to participate in the appraisal. The reason for this was that they hoped that the inn wouldn't hesitate to share the process of refining the divine blood pill. Of course, this was nonsense. The entire internet network was in an uproar. Countless cultivators vowed that the inn would be slapped in the face this time. Moreover, they would be slapped left and right without end. Today's Weather Talk program had never been as popular as it was today. Although there was still a long time until the broadcast, countless people had already tuned in, waiting for the great show to begin. Waterfall City. In a hastily convened meeting of directors, everyone had incomparably gloomy expressions, their eyes full of bitterness. After all these twists and turns, it was clear that there was a master standing behind Philosophy Watch, and their methods were swift and fierce. Today's Weather Talk program was to appraise the divine blood pill together. What was there to appraise? As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that it was fake with just a few glances. If this were normal times, everyone would have already racked their brains for this chance to appear on stage to increase their exposure and fame. But today, all of them shrunk back, not saying a single word. If they went, that would be a disgrace. The meeting room was deathly silent. The chief alchemist took a deep breath. The Weather Talk program team has already sent an official invitation to the inn. If we don't go, we will lose our best chance to refute them and allow Philosophy Watch to trample on the inn's reputation. Thus, I have decided to accept the invitation. Even if I know that this will be extremely shameful and that I will be humiliated and spurned, as the chief alchemist, I must protect the inn's reputation and interests. I will not retreat even half a step. His words were filled with righteousness and dignity. On both sides of the table, everyone was ashamed and then filled with awe. I am willing to follow the chief alchemist. This matter is my inn's fault, but we still need to explain it to the people of the world. If we lose face, then we lose face. We can't allow those shameless fellows from Philosophy Watch to wantonly slander my inn. I am willing to advance and retreat with the chief alchemist. The chief alchemist had an excited expression. Good, then let us go together and lose face in front of everyone. At this moment, he was the center of everyone's trust. Lin Weiwei laid down her scroll. She thought for a moment and said, "Have Mr. Qin go with us. In matters like appraising pills, he naturally has the greatest right to speak." The assistant respectfully bowed and drew back. She coldly glared at Auntie Hong. "Go and tell that surname Qin that if there is a mistake, I will not let him off." Auntie Hong sighed inwardly. To make such a threat without any regard for face, it seemed that this woman's heart was in chaos. She bowed and turned to leave. Soon, she stepped into the transmission array and vanished from sight. "Qin, you didn't run away." After handing over the divine blood pill, he returned to his courtyard to rest. When he had nothing to do, he would take out his handphone and connect to the Beast Hunting Battalion network. Naturally, he learned of the current uproar of news. When Auntie Hong arrived, he had put down his handphone and was about to take a sip of tea. As for the doubts and spittle online, he didn't care at all. If he didn't even have this bit of breadth of mind, then what was the point of cultivating the Tao? He might as well cut his own throat and enter samsara. Congratulations, Auntie Hong, on successfully escaping danger. He smiled and gestured for her to take another cup of tea. "I don't have a heart as big as yours." Auntie Hong bitterly smiled. She sat down and picked up the teacup, taking a sip. "I came to pass on a message. I hope that when the pill is appraised, Mr. Qin can appear." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "That miss from the inn, is it her?" Auntie Hong nodded. News was flying everywhere on the internet, so there wasn't much to hide. "All right, I agree." Auntie Hong's eyebrows arched up, a bit of surprise on her face. But deep in her heart, she let out a long breath. Chapter 299. Today's talk about the weather. Since it was about the weather, it naturally had to be broadcast every day. But this program was a bit different. Every 7 days, there would be an official program where famous figures were invited to comment on the world's great event. Because their arguments were sharp and brilliant, the program gradually became popular. As for this program, it was today. There was still an hour before the program's broadcast, but the viewership ratings kept rising like a rising dragon. This made everyone in the program team smile and rub their palms together, ready to go all out. Philosophy Watch. Today is the day when the inn will be overthrown and the days of glory will be returned to us. Everyone, you must do your best to thoroughly expose their true colors. Once we return victorious, I will personally go to the sect to ask for your merits. As the purple-robed elder spoke, he waved his hand. Let's go. The transmission array suddenly lit up. The figure that was shrouded in the array distorted and vanished from sight. Waterfall City. Behind the chief alchemist, there were dozens of people standing. Within the inn, none of them had a low status. They were willing to follow the chief alchemist and endure the humiliation together. The atmosphere was silent. An unwilling, angry, and gloomy aura was brewing in the crowd. Jin Qing believed that as long as he could show that he was willing to endure the humiliation and protect the inn at all costs, all of these suppressed emotions would transform into worship and trust in him. At that time, he would be able to truly wield power. Everyone, our only goal today is to protect the inn's reputation to the greatest degree possible. No matter what price we have to pay, we must make the world understand that my inn cannot be humiliated. Yes. The chief alchemist's footsteps were heavy. He was the first to step into the transmission array. He maintained his solemn and dignified aura, so he didn't notice the black-robed man in the crowd. Qin Yu felt a faint pulling sensation around him. Everything in front of him turned black. A moment later, it lit up again, and he found himself standing in an extraordinarily decorated hall. There were people waiting outside the array formation. Everyone from the inn has come from afar. My program team cannot thank you enough. Please rest for a moment, the program will soon begin broadcasting. A bald middle-aged man spoke with a warm and amiable expression. He passed over a jade slip. This is the program schedule. Everyone, familiarize yourselves with it. We will bid our farewells first. He seemed very polite, but he didn't even ask for their names or introduce himself. This in itself was the greatest form of arrogance and neglect. This was also normal. Philosophy Watch was one of the biggest sponsors of today's weather discussion program. Moreover, the situation today was already clear. The inn was about to face a calamity, so who would have the time to bother with these people? The chief alchemist lifted a hand, suppressing the anger of everyone behind him. Don't cause any more trouble. Let's rest. He sighed softly and looked at the sunlight outside the window at a 45-degree angle. He was the embodiment of melancholy and deep. As of this moment, anyone could sense the helplessness and pain in the chief alchemist's heart. Behind him, the other alchemists all had pained looks in their eyes. That was especially true of some of the female cultivators, whose eyes were red and began to sob. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. These people seemed to have no confidence in me at all. He had clearly given the divine blood pill to them, and yet they still acted like this. You don't even know how to appraise pills, so what's the point of being the chief disciple? Hurry up and give up your position. That's right, Mr. Qin was extremely dissatisfied with the chief alchemist. This was because Auntie Hong had already said it. He had to admit that his breadth of mind was not bad, but they had never met before, and he had already attacked him several times. Wasn't that too much of a bully? Qin Yu curled his lips and closed his eyes. The fun was yet to come. The door was pushed open from the outside and a cultivator from the program team walked in. Everyone from the inn, the program is about to begin. Please follow me. Jin Qing was the first to walk in. His steps were slow and heavy, his complexion solemn. Behind him, the people from the inn also looked as if they were facing death with equanimity. There was actually a bit of a tragic atmosphere around them. The program team cultivator shrunk his neck, a cold chill running down his back. He thought that these people from the inn wouldn't do something they shouldn't do in their desperation, right? No, this isn't good. I have to immediately notify the director and the higher-ups of the station so that they can gather security personnel just in case. Trembling with fear, he led the people from the inn to the live broadcast studio. The program team cultivator squeezed out a smile. It's here. Everyone, please enter. As he watched the inn's cultivators enter, a black-robed cultivator suddenly appeared in his eyes. The program team cultivator stiffened and a horrifying thought appeared in his mind. This was a thug that the inn had invited. Yes, that must be it. Perhaps beneath those black robes was an incomparably fierce and ferocious face, one that looked as if it was about to swallow someone whole. Or, perhaps there were dozens of monster beast cores tied to his body, and he was waiting for the recording of the program to detonate them all to take down his opponent with him. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His robes were soaked and stuck to his body, causing him to subconsciously twist his body. I can't delay any longer. I have to report this right now, immediately. At this time, the black-robed fellow suddenly stopped and his eyes fell onto the program team cultivator. At this moment, the program team cultivator's heart nearly stopped beating. There was only one thought that rumbled in his mind. Damn, did he discover me? What should I do? Should I take the initiative or play dumb? What if he does something to me? Before he could finish his chaotic thoughts, the black-robed fellow looked away and stepped into the live broadcast studio. At this moment, the feeling of surviving a calamity filled the program team cultivator's heart. He nearly cried and ran away without hesitation. Qin Yu frowned. Qin Yu frowned and turned his head to look behind him. He thought that the cultivators from the program team were really strange. Was there something wrong with their brains? Thus, when the live broadcast studio was filled with security guards, the instigator sighed inwardly. Although this program team cultivator was a bit strange, their protective measures were quite good. The live broadcast studio made some changes. There were 2 seats facing each other. As the inside sat down, the opposite door opened and a massive number of cultivators rushed in. The one leading them was the purple-robed elder of Philosophy Watch. His eyes fell on the chief alchemist, and he strangely laughed. Jin Cheng, it's been many years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever. His words were filled with ridicule. The chief alchemist's face darkened. Nangong, what happened this time? Was it your method? The purple-robed elder laughed. I only started things off. How could I have imagined that you would all be so cooperative? To tell the truth, please don't laugh at me, but this has far surpassed my expectations. Behind him, the people from Philosophy Watch all began to laugh. A black-robed skinny old man with a zombie-like face laughed out loud. I have already seen that divine blood pill. I truly admire your standards. The faces of the people from the inn flushed red, and their eyes nearly spat out flames. They gnashed their teeth together, their hearts filled with grief and indignation. The people from Philosophy Watch weren't wrong. With things having developed to this step, the ones who had truly contributed weren't them. Resentment rose from the bottom of their hearts, causing everyone's complexions to become increasingly ugly. The chief alchemist shouted out, Philosophy Watch, don't go too far. Do you really think that my inn is something you can do as you please? He angrily shouted out with a bit of momentum. The mocking laughter from the other side was immediately interrupted. Elder Nangong lifted a hand. That's enough. The show hasn't started yet. Save your energy and we'll slowly watch. Alchemist Su, I'll have to trouble you with the appraisal. He proudly smiled and led his people to sit down across from him. The zombie-like old Su coldly sneered. Elder, rest assured that I will judge impartially. Before the live broadcast even began, the smell of gunpowder was already thick and pungent. The leaders of the station were secretly happy, but at the same time they were also nervous. They quickly sent in a group of security guards. A moment later, as the lights were extinguished, only the stage was still bright. The host Little Tan walked forwards. After the usual opening remarks, he dived straight into the main topic. During this period of time, the Internet has been abuzz with the matter of the Pill Commission, and now it has finally come to an end. Today, we will talk about the weather and specially invite the inn that refined the pill, as well as the famous pill merchant Philosophy Watch to witness the appraisal of the divine blood pill. As his voice rang out, the cameras focused on the inn and Philosophy Watch's side, giving a close-up shot of them. And now, the countless cultivators that weren't present at the scene had already set off a frenzy on the internet. The live broadcast is finally starting. Ha, I've never seen such a great slap to the face before in my life, but I don't have any close female friends to enjoy it with me. This is truly one of my greatest regrets. The program team's people are really bad. They zoomed in on both sides, but looking at their expressions, the result should be obvious. The people at the inn look like their uncles have died. Their complexions are so ugly that it's scary. It looks like the rumors are true. There is a problem with this divine blood pill. The idiot above, if there isn't a problem, then why would Philosophy Watch waste so much effort just to promote their opponent? The first poster is right. I agree with your point of view about the slap. But, if the avatar is you, then it's natural that you don't have any close female friends. You should stop thinking about such nonsense for the rest of your life. The first poster is indeed ugly. Waterfall City. Lin Weiwei was still reading a book. It was just that there were a few more people around her. Moreover, on the opposite wall, a giant crystal projector was on and the image was incomparably clear. Now, let us invite the client. He will bring the divine blood pill and begin today's appraisal. Here, I would like to explain to everyone what the divine blood pill is, how precious it is, and how difficult it is to refine it. Little Tan's crisp voice rang out in the room. The assistant, Auntie Hong, and Song Song all stared at him. No one spoke. Besides the light flipping of the pages, there was no other sound. Hiss, the young maid suddenly sucked in a deep breath, breaking this tranquility. She was immediately met with the assistant's vicious eyes and shrank back in fear. She said in an aggrieved voice, "My cultivation is too low. I can't compare with Auntie and Auntie Hong." Auntie Hong smiled. She took a deep breath and said, "It hasn't started yet. Shouldn't we relax a little?" Qin Yu's performance gave her a great deal of comfort, making her feel much more at ease. The assistant sneered. "If the appraisal results show that the divine blood pill is fake, then the two of you can form a team and go to the Cave of Eternal Cold to dig up the icy cold seed. At that time, you will have plenty of time to relax." These words, Auntie Hong bitterly smiled. The young maid paled in fear. In the live broadcast room, the client walked in. After a brief self-introduction, he placed the jade box in his hands in front of the camera. At this time, the chief alchemist's handphone vibrated. He looked down and sighed inwardly. Philosophy Watch had indeed been prepared for this long ago. It seemed they couldn't use this trick of denying it. He rubbed his temples, a weary expression on his face. An incultivator behind him slowly lowered his head. He knew that he didn't need to say anything else. Little Tan smiled and introduced, "Today, in order to appraise the divine blood pill, we have invited the famous alchemist Wang Wei, the famous alchemist Su Xiao, the famous alchemist Zhou Chenghai, the famous pill appraiser Fang Ruohua, and the famous pill appraiser Xiefenfang. We invite the 5 grandmasters to come on stage and begin the appraisal." Schwa, after a flash of gorgeous lights, everyone gathered around the jade box. The 5 grandmasters walked out from the darkness, their auras thick. They washed their hands, put on silk gloves, and opened the head-mounted microscope. The grandmaster's professionalism was fully displayed. Elder Nangong leaned back and changed into a more comfortable position. He smiled and said, "The show is about to begin." Qin Yu frowned. He swept his eyes around and saw that there were clearly more security guards than there were. He was puzzled by their covetous eyes. These people, why did it seem like they were guarding against wolves? As for the appraisal on stage, he didn't care about it at all. Without the little blue lamp, even if he saw through his eyes, he still wouldn't be able to see anything. If he already knew the result, Then there was no longer any suspense. How could he possibly be interested? Suddenly, the whispers of 2 security guards behind him entered his ears. There are actually people who are betting on the inn refining the divine blood pill. Just how stupid are they? TSK, these odds are too exaggerated. Even I want to bet on it. If I happen to be lucky, I'll be rich. Then why don't you bet? What nonsense. I know I'll lose, but I'm not that stupid. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Chapter 300. The 2 security guards stiffened, their hearts shaking. They thought that even though they were speaking in such a low voice, he could still hear them. Seeing Qin Yu reach into his chest, the 2 of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. When a cultivator's aura was exposed, they could instantly sense it. One of the cameraman's hands shook and he subconsciously took a picture. Thus, in a situation where Qin Yu was completely unaware, he was exposed to the eyes of countless people. There's actually a black-robed man. He's probably afraid of losing face, so he's wearing it. I didn't think that there would be someone at the inn who knows shame. It's not easy. What does this brother want to do? I'm really curious. At this time, he actually has the mind to greet the security guards. The director was so angry that his lips nearly twisted. Just as he was about to scold the cameraman, he blinked and saw what Qin Yu was holding in his hand. He subconsciously stopped himself from saying anything and instead smiled. Camera number 9, idiot, don't move. What are you running for? Continue filming. Zoom in. It's best if you can see what's on the phone screen. The 2 security guards looked at the handphone in front of them. They were stunned for a moment, but their expressions were still as solemn as before. Qin Yu saw that the appraisal was about to begin. He hurriedly said, I need your help. As the 2 security guards were about to continue pretending to be wooden, the signal light on their headphones suddenly flashed. Surprise filled their eyes. One of them smiled and said, No problem, I'll help you. He took the handphone. He leaned over so that the handphone was facing the camera in front of him. He skillfully entered the address and gently tapped it open. Immediately, the beautiful image of the spinning die was captured by the camera. Then, through the signal, it was transmitted to countless receiving terminals in the shortest possible time. Every cultivator that saw this couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Holy shit, what was going on? As a member of the inn, they had actually entered the largest gambling site before the appraisal began. There was no need to say anything more. Just this scene alone caused the imaginations of countless cultivators to roam. Complex plots began to form in their mind. In Miss Lin's study, several faces stiffened in front of the crystal projector. Even the faint sound of flipping pages came to an abrupt stop. The atmosphere was heavy to the point of dripping. Looking at the black-robed man nodding in thanks on the screen, a cold chill seemed to penetrate into their hearts, making them feel as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Others might not know who this black-robed man was, but they naturally knew. This was the fellow who had refined the divine blood pill. Now, before the appraisal began, the person who refined the divine blood pill had opened up a gambling site. Anyone who thought of this would find it strange and feel restless. The assistant clenched her teeth. Qin Yu. She felt that she had already seen through everything. Spy, he's a spy. It turned out that all of this, from start to finish, had been a trap arranged by someone else. His gaze fell on the young miss, revealing a deep sorrow. Could it be that even now, you still haven't woken up? Auntie Hong's complexion paled and her eyes widened. The young maid beside her bit her lips, her body wavering. Thank you. Qin Yu took back his phone. All that was left on the screen was his head lowered as he fiddled with the camera. At this moment, the director revealed an incomparably smug smile. How to make a show interesting wasn't entirely on stage. The details off stage were equally important. He was confident that this small detail that he had deliberately left out would become one of the most exciting parts of the entire show. He thanked Auntie Hong and Song Song. One had given him a salary and the other had taught him how to use the internet to pay. Qin Yu emptied his balance and placed all of his spirit stones into a bet. Then, he suddenly remembered what Song Song had said. With his status, he had the qualifications to borrow an interest-free loan from the inn. Then what was he waiting for? The chance to make a fortune was right in front of him. If he hesitated even the slightest bit, he would miss this great opportunity. With a series of clicks and clicks, he looked at his empty balance. Suddenly, 200,000 spirit stones appeared. Qin Yu didn't even have time to sigh over the inn's wealth before he placed all of these 200,000 spirit stones into a bet. What nonsense! If he didn't do something where he knew the result was the same as stealing money, then he would be an idiot. Golden Dice was a large-scale online gambling organization. From the highest heavens to the 10 earths, from flying to swimming, from eating to drinking to urinating and defecating, there was nothing they didn't gamble on. They had even opened a bet on the durability of a certain public figure's sexual intercourse. Through some unknown method, they had managed to capture a high-definition, uncensored video of them in bed, causing a massive sensation. Such a boring, or perhaps powerful, gambling organization naturally wouldn't miss out on the hottest pill commission. After the news of the pill appraisal was confirmed, they opened a bet. Was the divine blood pill real or fake? In a short period of time, it attracted a massive amount of bets. 2 bets totaled 230,000 spirit stones. This wasn't a small number, especially in this sort of public bet. Moreover, these 230,000 spirit stones were all bet on the authenticity of the divine blood pill. The person in charge soon obtained the news. After a brief calculation and according to the exaggerated odds, he calculated that if he won this bet, then the 230,000 spirit stones would become nearly 6 million. Investigate. Where did this bet come from? Who placed the bet? Those that had just learned how to pay online naturally wouldn't understand what it meant to hide one's address or identity. They would be easily locked down. The person in charge frowned. The inn opened a work verification account, could it be? He hesitated for a moment and then said, increase the odds of the divine blood pill being fake by 0.02. Boss, if we do this, then we'll lose a great deal. With these 230,000 spirit stones as a foundation, even if we lose a great deal, it won't be much. But if we lose, do you understand? Boss is wise. The golden dice adjusted the odds and immediately caused a small stir. Although the odds of 0.02 wasn't much, if one invested a great deal of spirit stones, they could still make a considerable profit. For a time, the amount of bets on the betting table rose by a small wave. Auntie Hong felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at her handphone and received a text message, her mind falling into an eternal night. The assistant coldly said, "What happened?" Auntie Hong's lips trembled. Just now, Qin Yu used his alchemist status to borrow 200,000 spirit stones. What? The assistant's complexion changed. If she had only suspected at the start, now she was certain. In the live broadcast, Qin Yu had found a gambling site and now, he had suddenly borrowed 200,000 spirit stones. Was there anything else to say? That bastard! I will definitely kill him. Lin Weiwei's expression was the same as before. Blue veins protruded from the palm that gripped the bamboo slip. It was clear that deep within her heart, she wasn't as calm as she appeared. Qin Yu, could it be that I really misjudged you? Did I really believe you? Live broadcast studio, the appraisal results had already appeared. 3 alchemy grandmasters and 2 pill appraisers had reached the same conclusion. The effects of this pill were unknown. Although there were similarities, it was absolutely not the divine blood pill. On the network, there was an uproar. Haha, I knew it. It really was fake. Where did the inn get their confidence from? They actually dared to pass off fish eyes as pearls. Aren't they afraid of being played to death? This time they really are going to die. Women really can't be the head of a household. If they are the head of a household, then they are doomed. Upstairs, are you discriminating against women? My Women's Rights and Interests Committee's 800 members have already started to search you. Don't go off topic. I feel like the climax hasn't arrived yet. The people from the inn are also in the live broadcast studio. Perhaps they have an objection to this result? In just a few seconds, this comment received thousands of likes, indicating that they all thought the same. Elder Nangong didn't disappoint anyone. He stood up, a solemn expression on his dignified face. I am Philosophy Watch's Elder Nangong. I was invited to participate in the live broadcast today. Since I am here, I must say a few words of fairness. Although the 5 of you fellow Taoists have been immersed in alchemy for many years and your attainments are deep, the inn is not ordinary. Since they announced that they have completed the refinement, perhaps they have their own reasons, or perhaps they used some secret alchemy technique that you and I do not know of. I have a great deal of admiration and trust in the inn's strength. Thus, I propose that we allow the inn's alchemists to confirm this and see how they explain it. Of course, I have no intention of looking down on your specialties, so I ask that the 5 fellow Taoists don't take offense. At this moment, whether it was in the live broadcast studio or outside the various receiving terminals, countless cultivators praised in their hearts. This Elder Nangong's methods were truly sharp and incisive. When these words were spoken, it seemed like a compliment, but it actually caused the inn to fall miserably in the end. More importantly, it would be a slap to its own face. TSK, fierce, fierce. Jean Cheng's complexion paled. He swept his eyes over the 5 people on stage. Besides old Sue, who was closely related to Philosophy Watch, although the other 4 had calm expressions, a cold intent flowed in their eyes. It was clear that if the inn really wanted to argue, that would be questioning their standards in front of everyone and smashing their rice bowls that allowed them to survive. That old bastard Nangong, what a meticulous mind! With a deep breath, the chief alchemist stood up and faced the cameras. After several breaths of silence, he said, I acknowledge the appraisal results of the 5 fellow Taoists. This divine blood pill is fake. His complexion paled and his body shivered. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness, and there was even a faint glimmer at the corners of his eyes. At this moment, everyone could feel the pain and helplessness in the chief alchemist's heart. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he only sighed. This sigh caused the eyes of the people behind him to turn red. Their faces were filled with incomparable pain, as well as deep anger. At this time, whether it was on the network or in front of the receiving terminals, all of the cultivators were stunned, unable to bear the sight. It seemed as if the inn had some hidden trouble that they couldn't speak of. The chief alchemist's heart was filled with excitement. He had already pulled the situation into his own rhythm. Now it was time for him to show off. Tears finally flowed down his face, sliding down his firm face. He opened his mouth and said, Miss, you really were wrong. As he thought of that cold and beautiful face, the chief alchemist's mood was complex. He didn't want to hurt Lin Weiwei, but at this time, he had no other choice. This was the best chance to minimize the inn's losses while simultaneously taking away her authority and establishing a stable position for himself. Weiwei, don't blame me. I will make it up to you in the future. At this time, a cold sneer interrupted the chief alchemist's thoughts. The words that he had been preparing for a long time, the words that were filled with emotion, were stuck in his throat. Chapter 301. Jean Cheng stood up and announced that the divine blood pill was fake. In the crowd, the black-robed figure didn't move at all. In Auntie Hong's eyes, the last glimmer of light vanished. All that was left over was endless darkness. The young maid cried out, tears and snot flying everywhere. But at this time, the assistant didn't have the mind to pay any more attention to her. She looked at the miss, her eyes filled with love and also an incomparably deep chill. This chill was naturally directed at Qin Yu. Did he really think that after harming the miss, he could still continue living? Bastard, whether it was in the heavens above or the earth below, he was dead. Lin Weiwei laid down her book and walked towards the inner chamber. Her expression was calm and her eyes were indifferent. But compared to before, this indifference was a bit colder and a bit more bitter. Qin Yu, I was blind to have misjudged you. After today, the graciousness I owe you will be written off. Don't let me see you again. As the mist thoughts raced here, she had already reached the inner chamber's entrance. Behind her, the crystal projector suddenly sneered. Who said that the divine blood pill is fake? This voice. Qin Yu. Lin Weiwei turned around, her eyes glued to the screen. As the camera turned, it fell onto the black-robed figure. In the live broadcast room, all eyes gathered on him. After a brief moment of astonishment and surprise, they turned into sneers and taunts. Elder Nangong's lips curled up. Jin Qing, it looks like your words don't count at all. The chief elder's face was filled with grief. After a moment of stunned silence, his eyes turned pitch black. He turned and glared at Qin Yu. If looks could kill, Qin Yu would already be riddled with holes. He angrily shouted, "Shut up and sit down." The chance he had painstakingly waited for had been destroyed right in front of his eyes. Jin Qing hated this bastard to the point of wanting to kill someone. This bastard, just who was it that brought him here? He was finished, completely and utterly finished. Unfortunately, that black-robed fellow clearly didn't care much for the chief alchemist. If your level isn't high enough, then don't speak such nonsense. The divine blood pill is clearly here, don't you see it? The voice was calm without the least bit of mockery. But it was this calmness that caused one to go even crazier. The chief alchemist was stunned. Was this person mocking him in front of everyone? His face was ashen. How dare you? Just who are you? How dare you sneak into my inn? Men, take him down and bring him back for interrogation. Old Jean was quite decisive. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, he immediately took action to prevent the storm from getting bigger. Unfortunately, there were still people in the live broadcast room who hoped that Qin Yu would continue speaking. It would be best if he completely tore apart the chief alchemist's face and threw it to the ground. Hold on, I would like to hear this little friend's opinion. Elder Nangong smiled. As his voice fell, the security guards behind him quickly stepped forward, protecting Qin Yu. Little friend, are you someone from the inn? Qin Yu didn't answer. He simply took out a token and flashed it in front of the camera. The chief alchemist was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. It really was a cultivator from the inn? Just who was this bastard? Ha ha! Elder Nangong had an encouraging expression. Since little friend is a cultivator of the inn, you naturally have the qualifications to express your own opinion on the matter of the appraisal. However, your chief disciple has already admitted that the divine blood pill is fake, so there is no need to waste any more time. Beneath the black robes, the voice was indifferent. That is only his opinion. It does not represent the stance of the inn. Jin Qing stuffily coughed, nearly bursting with anger. He was about to roar out loud when he was interrupted by Elder Nangong. Good. Little friend, you are a straightforward person. Then, tell me, why do you think this divine blood pill is real? The divine blood pill can help a cultivator perceive the rules of the world. Whether it is real or fake, as long as one eats it, the truth will be revealed. Why waste time on meaningless speculations? These words left all the cultivators watching on the receiving terminals startled. They immediately thought that this was reasonable. But when the same words fell into the ears of different people, they had completely different meanings. At the very least, it was grating to the ears of the 5 appraisal cultivators on stage. Waste time? Meaningless speculations? That was clearly them. If this wasn't slapping them in the face, what was? This was simply going too far. Grandmaster Su Shao coldly sneered. What nonsense! This pill was taken out by the inn and we simply don't know what it is or what effect it has. If we recklessly take it, who will bear the consequences. When it comes to alchemy, one must be extremely cautious. One cannot relax one's guard in the slightest. If your words are so absurd, then I wonder how you became an alchemist and how you joined the inn. Grandmaster Zhou Qinghai's words were overbearing. Xie Fengfang was a graceful woman. She slowly said, I just felt that this unknown pill contained a cold and ominous aura. I fear it isn't something good. Fang Minghua had a solemn expression. Indeed. My opinion is the same as fellow Taoist Xie's. There is definitely a problem with this pill. If one were to swallow it, there might be an accident. Since he dares to disrespect us, there is nothing to say. We will directly beat him up. What a young man who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. He hasn't eaten as much rice as we do, yet he dares to spout such nonsense. Let me show you what authority is. As expected, the host Little Tan hurriedly said, This pill cannot be eaten. Safety comes first. Elder Nangong waved his hand. Little friend, as you can see, it isn't that I don't agree with your opinion, but everyone thinks that this pill is far too dangerous. It is unknown what dangers there will be if one eats it. Beneath his black robes, Qin Yu's eyes flashed, revealing a bit of brightness. Elder Nangong said that you agree with what I want to do. It's just that you can't find a cultivator willing to test the pill, right? Elder Nangong subconsciously frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say what it was. He hesitated for a moment and said, That's right. Qin Yu smiled. Then, I will test the pill. The live broadcast studio fell silent. The countless cultivators watching the live broadcast also froze in place. Just now, the two alchemy grandmasters and pill appraisers had clearly stated that the attribute of this pill was unknown and it was likely to contain dangers. If one ate it, there was an 80% chance that something would happen. Was this person crazy? He actually wanted to eat it on his own initiative? The network was instantly stirred up. Say, do you think this fellow is a diehard follower of the inn? After eating it, no matter what happens, he will directly say that he felt the rules of the world? The first poster's words are reasonable. The first and second posters are all idiot. After eating the divine blood pill, the fluctuations of the world's rules will descend. As long as one isn't blind, they can see it, so how could he possibly speak such nonsense? Since ancient times, the truth has always come from the third poster. However, although the first poster is stupid, there is one thing that I think is correct. This boy is absolutely a diehard follower. He is simply risking his life. What if the divine blood pill is real and no one can see it? The fourth poster's words are too touching. Why is it that our sect doesn't have someone like him who is willing to risk his life for the sake of the sect? I really envy him. The sixth poster has something to say. Although this black-robed little brother is a bit stupid, his character is excellent. Let us mourn for him in silence. Elder Nangong's complexion changed. He clearly didn't think Qin Yu would say such a thing. He hesitated for a moment. He only wanted to see Gold City lose even more face and the inn's reputation become even more ruined. Thus, he gave Qin Yu the chance to speak. Now that the overall situation had been decided, why cause more twists and turns? Cough cough, even if it was basically impossible, he still had to be careful. With a light cough, Elder Nangong prepared to put on a compassionate expression and stop Qin Yu from swallowing the pill. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Jin Cheng. Good. It is this old man who has wronged you. Within my inn, there really are people with backbone. His eyes shined with a divine light and his tone was filled with excitement. Since you believe that this pill is real, then feel free to eat it. If there is an accident, I will look after your family and juniors for you. He thought to himself, You bastard, aren't you arrogant? You want to show off? Fine, then I will help you. I will let you die a glorious death. If you want to retreat, then I won't give you the chance. The chief alchemist's thoughts were beautiful. Once this black-robed man died, the inn would immediately gain a great deal of sympathy. The opportunity that had been ruined would appear once more. At that time, all he needed to do was shed a few tears, and he would have a chance to reverse the tide and become the focus of everyone's attention. So black-robed man, hurry up and eat it, hurry up and eat it. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred, and he could guess what the chief alchemist was thinking. He couldn't help but sneer. This idiot was probably feeling smug, thinking that he had ruthlessly tricked him. But this assistance had come at the perfect time. Qin Yu strode towards the viewing platform. His tone was heavy. I am willing to personally try the pill and reveal the truth so that my inn's reputation can be restored. What a rare and honest person in this world. For the inn, he is willing to shed his blood and shed his life, even disregarding life and death. Woo-woo, this big brother is too touching. I worship him so much right now, so let him eat it. The little sister on the second floor, your thoughts are so strange. If you worship him, shouldn't you be saving him? Since ancient times, the third floor has always been filled with stupid pigs. How could someone as rotten as you know the thoughts of us 16-year-old beauties? Since personally trying the pill is this little brother's wish, we naturally have to help him achieve it. The third and fourth floors are all idiot. But there is one thing I think is good about them. If he wants to eat it, then let him eat it. Let him eat it. Vomit blood, split skin, explode body, ooze pus, whatever. I love watching that. I'm silently observing this pervert. Soon, a voice appeared and spread out at an astonishing speed, sweeping through the entire Weibo. Let the black-robed little brother try the pill. Elder Nangong looked down at the handphone that a subordinate had handed to him. The surging emotions of the crowd caused his eyelids to jump up. He thought that these people were just here to watch the fun and weren't afraid of things escalating. At this time, if he were to refuse, he feared that it would create a bad influence. It might even cause people to question the authenticity of the entire appraisal. If the inn were to seize this opportunity, that would be troublesome. Clenching his teeth, Elder Nangong glared at Qin Yu. This brat was pleasing to the eye just now, but now he felt disgusted. If he wanted to die, then he would help him. On the stage, Elder Nangong glanced at the client and let out a long sigh. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to get what you asked for. The client immediately expressed that he was willing to let Qin Yu try the pill. Little Tan hurriedly said, Ladies and gentlemen, today's matter is completely voluntary and has nothing to do with this program. I ask that you immediately take away your underage children to avoid any psychological trauma. These words, Qin Yu couldn't help but glance at him. He thought that his mouth was really stinky. But, considering the divine blood pill, he wouldn't bother with him. He took several steps forwards, moving like a gust of wind. He grabbed the divine blood pill and swallowed it down. On the forums there was another round of sighs. Even when the black-robed little brother was facing death, he was still as swift as the wind. With such mental fortitude, he will surely have great achievements in the future. What a pity, what a pity! Ha, if it were me, there would be no way for me to reach such a boundary where life and death are nothing. After today, even if the inn collapses, this little brother will be remembered by everyone. Idiot, he's so anxious even when he wants to die. Is there something wrong with his brain? Cough cough, although I don't think these words are too appropriate, I want to say that the person above has the same thoughts as me. Disregarding the chaos on the network, the cultivators in front of their screens were all dumbfounded. They looked at the black-robed figure that occupied the entire screen. Ate it? He really ate it. Chapter 302. The maid's eyes were wet with tears. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I've wronged you. I'll take back all the curses I said just now. Please don't die. Auntie Hong's complexion was dignified. She stared at the screen, a bit of guilt in her eyes. The assistant, of course, she didn't feel any guilt. She only roared in her heart, Brat, if you dare to die then you're dead. There seemed to be nothing wrong with these words. Lin Weiwei's complexion changed a bit. A faint light flashed in her eyes. The chief alchemist let out a long breath. He cursed this idiot in his heart. Although he was in the limelight for a moment, if he lost his life, what use was that? Die. Once you die, it will be time for me to start my performance. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The live broadcast studio was quiet, without the least bit of abnormality. After what seemed like a long time, there was still no movement. Could it be that the pill had no effect at all? This was King awkward. The 4 appraisers had gloomy complexions. They regretted saying too much just now. The only one that hadn't spoken was Grandmaster Su Xiao. He swept his eyes over the people around him, a smug smile on his face. As expected, he needed to be in the limelight in the end. He lightly coughed to attract everyone's attention. Then, he said, I didn't think there was anything wrong with the pill, so I didn't stop this black-robed brother from recklessly swallowing it. You brat, you were lucky enough to keep your life today. Hurry up and draw back. Remember to be more careful in your actions in the future. You might not have such luck again. Before his voice fell, a wind suddenly rose up in the live broadcast studio. Above their heads, the ribbons began to flutter. The director angrily turned his head, and was about to yell at the bastard who pushed open the door to the live broadcast room at such a crucial and exciting moment. Did he have a death wish? But soon, he was stunned. The door to the live broadcast studio was closed, so where did the wind come from? Suddenly, a cry of alarm entered his ears. At first it was low, but in the blink of an eye it became a raging tide that swept outwards. The director was startled. He turned around and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. On the stage, the black-robed man who hadn't moved yet suddenly rose up into the air. The space around him rippled like water, causing everything in front of him to blur. It was as if there was an invisible barrier protecting him, not allowing the outside world to probe him. Without any warning, the black-robed man abruptly raised his head. His gaze, at this moment, seemed to have materialized, pierced through the top of the live broadcast room, straight into the sky. Thus, in the next moment, the incomparably solid roof of the live broadcast room, the roof that even a divine soul cultivator couldn't break after venting his anger, was easily torn apart. Time seemed to suddenly slow down. The tumbling fragments drew clear trajectories and flew in all directions. The crimson light was as straight as a beacon. It descended from the clouds and enveloped the black-robed man. The crimson light was like blood and the pressure was like a divine prison. Just by looking at it, one would feel a deep fear rise up from the depths of their soul. An invisible force suddenly erupted, forcing everyone on the stage to retreat. Only the black-robed figure bathed in the crimson pillar of light was left in midair, enjoying all the shocked gazes. Everyone was dumbfounded, and shock was written all over their faces. Were they hallucinating? No matter how they looked at it, this seemed like a world phenomenon that would only appear when the divine blood pill was refined. No, even if this was a world phenomenon, it shouldn't have such a terrifying strength. It actually caused their minds to shiver. Grandmaster Su Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shivering. How could you be so deceptive? I just finished speaking and you erupted. Couldn't you have been a bit faster? But at this time, no one had the mind to bother with Grandmaster Su Xiao. The only thought in their minds was that the divine blood pill was actually real. Elder Nengong's complexion paled. Regret flooded his heart like a river. If he could turn back time, he absolutely wouldn't have given Qin Yu the chance to speak. But now it was already too late. The chief alchemist's eyes widened. His mind buzzed as if he had been struck by a stick. It took him a long time to regain his composure. It's real. Hearing the cries of alarm behind him, as well as the wild joy in their voices, the chief alchemist felt bitter in his heart, as if he had eaten hundreds of yellow lotuses. Just now, he had publicly admitted that the divine blood pill was fate. This was a resounding slap in the face that he couldn't even dodge. And most importantly, he was the chief alchemist. Yet, he had made a mistake in appraising a pill. This was simply a disgrace that reached his grandmother's house, directly shaking his authority. Although no one said anything at this time, Jean Cheng could feel the gazes behind him becoming a bit more strange and questioning. At this time, bathed in the blood-red pillar of light, he no longer had any thoughts of paying attention to what was happening outside. His entire mind was immersed in the descending world laws. Now, he truly understood just how formidable the divine blood pill was. At this time, he seemed to have become the incarnation of a spiritual god. With a wave of his hand, he could erupt with a monstrous strength that could destroy all things in the world. The world in front of him was filled with unprecedented colors. Countless comprehensions surged into his heart like a tide. It was like the world had become transparent in his eyes, as if there were no secrets left. Unless he personally experienced this feeling, it was hard to understand. He was well aware of just what sort of good fortune he was experiencing at this time. He quickly remembered everything he saw. Even if he couldn't understand it, he still memorized it and branded it into his soul. Unfortunately, this feeling of the world being transparent and having no secrets left only lasted for a short period of time. Then, his line of sight blurred. His intuition told him that it wasn't that the divine blood pill wasn't strong enough, but that his cultivation was too weak. He simply didn't have the qualifications to perceive the mysteries of the world. He sighed inwardly, a helpless feeling in his heart. He feared that over half of the divine blood pill's strength would be wasted. Luckily, he had earned this to begin with. If anyone were to feel heartache, it should be the cultivators of philosophy watch, not him. Although there was no way for him to continue perceiving the rules of the world, he could still make good use of the remaining time. Shuar Qin opened his eyes. Within his indifferent expression was a supreme dignity, like that of a god. As he opened his eyes, a loud roar resounded in everyone's ears. A boundless pressure submerged them like a tide, causing awe to instinctively rise from the depths of their souls. Within the blood-red pillar of light, a phantom appeared. This was an incomparably massive ancient tree, its crown blocking out the skies. Just looking at it made one shiver. Qin Yu lifted a hand. The phantom of the ancient tree swayed with it. Its branches rustled as trillions of beams of light sprinkled down. God said, "Let there be light." Above his head, a giant hole had been opened in the live broadcast studio. Endless light sprinkled down. It was brilliant, but it was warm and transparent, carrying with it a vibrant vitality that flowed like water. God said, "Let there be rain." Rumble, rumble, without warning, the skies outside turned pitch black. Dark clouds gushed out from nothingness and a torrential downpour of rain fell. God said, "Let there be life." The ground split open and branches broke through the earth. They rapidly grew, spitting out dark green leaves. In several breaths of time, giant vines had crawled over the live broadcast studio, making it seem as if one were in a wild jungle. God said, "Let there be death." Those giant vines that were brimming with life seemed to experience the flow of time accelerate. The green leaves rapidly withered until they finally dried up, turning into powder that piled up on the ground. Qin Yu's voice became increasingly dignified and majestic, as if it contained an unquestionable will. He spat out his final words. God said, "Let there be samsara." Thus, the powder on the ground wriggled, constantly contracting and condensing until it finally turned into seed. The ancient tree phantom trembled and slowly vanished from sight. And with it, that crimson pillar of light that came from the highest heavens also vanished. Qin Yu slowly landed on the ground. After several breaths of silence, he slowly said, "Now, about this divine blood pill, does anyone have any objections?" The live broadcast studio fell deathly silent. Outside of the screens, all the cultivators that had witnessed this were also left dumbfounded. No one expected that such a miraculous scene would occur in front of them. This reversal had come too quickly and too violently. Their hearts nearly couldn't withstand it. After an unknown period of time, some people finally regained their composure. Surging emotions surged in their hearts, causing them to rush onto the network to vent their feelings. Heavens, is that the power of the divine blood pill? To control the rules with a single thought. Tyrannical and cool, so cool that it explodes the heavens. The divine blood pill is actually real. I can't believe it. That's 5 appraisal grandmasters. I feel pain in their faces. I think the 5 grandmasters are fine, but the one who feels the most heartache is the chief alchemist. He just admitted that it was fake, and then he was immediately counterattacked. If it were me, I would probably have thoughts of suicide from shame and anger. What a bullshit chief alchemist! If it weren't for that black-robed little brother just now, your inn would have already been finished. What kind of joke is this? He doesn't even know what the divine blood pill is. Hurry up and scram out of here. Don't stand there and embarrass yourself. These were mostly noobs that had only seen the surface and were already venting their frustrations. The truly knowledgeable cultivators all understood just what Qin Yu's miraculous performance in the live broadcast studio meant. In a luxurious courtyard, an old man in a study had a crazed look on his face. Bastard, bastard! What a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure! The divine blood pill, that is the divine blood pill. When the power of the rules was added to his body, he didn't wholeheartedly perceive it and instead manipulated the rules to play these useless tricks. You little black-robed bastard, you really angered this old man to death. He looked up, 2 streams of speechless tears running down his cheek. If this divine blood pill had been given to him, then perhaps he might have had a chance to make a breakthrough. The surface of the tranquil lake was like a mirror, clearly reflecting the surrounding mountains. It was like 2 different worlds were separated by the water surface. The scenery was incomparably beautiful. Suddenly, this tranquility was completely broken. Great waves tumbled about, accompanied by a faint roar. You damned brat! Such a divine treasure like the divine blood pill was actually wasted by you. You should be struck by lightning. If you had given it to me, then this old dragon might have been able to find a chance to transform. Ah, you really angered me to death. Chapter 303. It was unknown which great master gnashed his teeth for a long time. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer and logged onto his Weibo account to post an angry article. After a short period of preparation, it instantly blew up the entire network. So the divine blood pill could really feel the rules. To a high-level cultivator, this was a monstrous good fortune. Countless noobs finally understood just what sort of astonishing price Qin Yu had to pay for his dazzling performance. How hateful! Black-robed brat, you don't want it. Give this lucky chance to me. Big brother, you can't play with me like this. Big brother, I give up, I give up. Let the heavens strike me with lightning, I must let the heavens strike me with lightning. But there were also some people who felt that they could see something else from this matter. Thus, a well-known figure posted a different opinion. The blog post was long, but the general meaning was as follows. This storm was originally to verify whether the divine blood pill was real or fake. The black-robed little brother gave up his own good fortune to clearly display the power of rules in front of everyone. This is to let us know that the divine blood pill is real and that the inn's reputation cannot be destroyed by anyone. I admire this little brother and am willing to be friends with him. If you are willing, please send me a private message and I will treat you to a meal. This opinion instantly set off a prairie fire. When Qin Yu wanted to test the pill himself, many people had already developed feelings of admiration towards him. Now that they knew that Qin Yu had given up such a heaven-shaking good fortune in order to prove that the divine blood pill was real, the respect and admiration in everyone's hearts broke through the heavens. Black-robed little brother is truly the most sincere and righteous person I have ever seen in my life. Black-robed big brother, let alone anything else, just your moral character is enough to make me fall in love with you. As long as you are willing, we can collect our marriage certificate today. Woo woo woo, there is actually such a cute person in this world. Our group from top to bottom sincerely welcomes black-robed little brother to join us. We will give you any treatment you want. Big brother black-robed is such a loyal person, how could he abandon the inn and join someone else? I have decided that from today onwards, I will be Big Brother Blackrobe's fan. If anyone dares to ruin my big brother's reputation in the future, don't blame me for being rude. I want to join, I want to join. I am also Big Brother Blackrobe's fan. It was unknown who created a Black Robe fan camp account, but in a short period of time, it attracted hundreds of thousands of fans. Moreover, as time passed, the number of fans continued to increase at an astonishing rate. He had even set up a fan club, and it was said that most of them were beautiful and cute girls. Chin Yu certainly didn't know that he had already become a male god in the hearts of countless young girls. After completing the appraisal of the divine blood pill, he didn't plan on staying any longer. Once the matter was done, he would brush his shoulders and leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Of course, Chin Yu wouldn't admit that this was because Philosophy Watch was in a thunderous rage and the Lord Chief Alchemist's complexion was so ugly it looked as if he had swallowed 1,000 flies. If these people became enraged out of shame and tried to attack him, then with his nascent soul cultivation, he would definitely suffer a loss. Now that things had been settled, running away was the smartest choice. When he pushed the door open, Elder Nangong spat out a mouthful of blood and roared hoarsely, "Who the hell are you?" Chin Yu paused, not turning his head. Ning Chin. He strode out the door and disappeared from the live broadcast. His back view was captured, and it caused countless female cultivators to scream. My big brother Ning Chin is just too handsome. What should I do? What should I do? I can't breathe. Stepping into the teleportation array, the program team cultivators did not dare to make a single sound as they obediently activated the teleportation array. A light flashed and Chin Yu's figure vanished from sight. The tumultuous matter of the pill commission had already passed for half a month, but people were still talking about it with gusto. This was because the process had been full of twists and turns and the ending had been reversed. It was simply too much of a topic. In this matter, almost everyone involved, whether it was Philosophy Watch that controlled everything behind the scenes, the inn that passively endured it, or the 5 industry veterans that participated in the appraisal, all of them had been reduced to a laughingstock. The only ones who truly obtained benefits were Ning Chin and that mysterious Grandmaster 19, who had yet to reveal himself. In particular, the latter's mysteriousness made one feel increasingly unfathomable. What nonsense! He had even refined the divine blood pill, slapping the faces of so many alchemy grandmasters in a single breath. One didn't need to be a genius to know that his alchemy skills had reached the limit. Because he had always been mysterious, in addition to the inn's silence, as well as the unfathomable image of Grandmaster 19, although many people paid attention to him, very few people dared to mention him. Thus, the only one left was Ning Chin, who attracted the majority of attention. In this half a month, a fake Ning Chin had appeared on Weibo. Unfortunately, he only managed to pretend to be Ning Chin for 3 days before his true identity was exposed by powerful fans. Even the infamous operations team behind him was exposed, and he became a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Weibo also issued a statement regarding this matter, saying that it was the result of a manager within the group abusing his power for personal gain and that he had already been dismissed. The fake Ning Chin had appeared, but the real Ning Chin was still in a hidden state. Some powerful fans used various methods to search for him, but they weren't able to find anyone named Ning Chin within the inn. After countless debates, the fans came to a consensus that the name Ning Chin was fake. The black-robed big brother just didn't want his true identity to be exposed. Thinking about it, this made sense. Ning Qin had slapped the chief alchemist's face and also formed an irreconcilable death grudge with Philosophy Watch. Once his identity was exposed, his days would likely be miserable. Fans began to express their respect for Ning Qin's choice on Weibo and no longer searched for his identity. They also called for more people to help him keep his secret. However, none of these comments were able to truly affect the person involved. This was because after the appraisal of the divine blood pill, Qin Yu returned to the beast hunting battalion and went into seclusion, ignoring the outside world. Because his cultivation was lacking, most of the divine blood pill's strength had been wasted. But the remaining few comprehensions were still greatly beneficial to Qin Yu. Qin Yu opened his eyes and let out a light breath. A smile lifted the corners of his lips. When the heaven and earth spiritual strength surged forth, he had inadvertently seized the heaven-defying good fortune needed to become a beast king. His mortal body and magic power had both risen to an astonishing degree. But in the end, the spirit spring didn't belong to a cultivator. Its strength would cause one's foundation to become unstable, and a temporary rise in strength might not necessarily be a good thing when compared to the difficulty of making future breakthroughs. He had perceived a trace of the world laws this time. Although it was unknown what other benefits there were, at the very least he had thoroughly consolidated the unstable foundation within his body. Just this point alone could be called an amazing harvest. Qin Yu was satisfied. Moreover, there were even more feelings in his mind that he temporarily couldn't experience. As his cultivation rose, these feelings would constantly transform into a formidable strength. Not long after he left seclusion, Auntie Hong came to visit him. There was a helpless look in her eyes. "Mr. Qin, it seems you're having a good time in seclusion, but you have no idea how busy we've been recently." Qin Yu smiled. "Being a bit busy is always better than being taken down by others, right?" Auntie Hong covered her mouth and smiled. "I will forever remember Mr. Qin's graciousness. If there is anything you need, please feel free to ask." When these words came from the mouth of a beautiful and alluring woman, it was hard not to have random thoughts. Their Mr. Qin had cultivated for so long and had experienced many trials and tribulations. He had even reached the peak of the world in the land of exiles, but he was still a young boy. As he looked at Auntie Hong's smiling appearance, he couldn't help but reveal an awkward expression. As this expression fell into Auntie Hong's eyes, she felt as if she had discovered a new continent. Her eyes brightened. "Mr. Qin, could it be that you—" She had an incomparably surprised expression. Qin Yu coughed and used the great cosmos shift. "How is the current situation?" "Of course it's excellent. This time, Philosophy Watch has suffered a double loss. They have spent a great deal of effort to help the inn with a massive wave of publicity. In particular, after today's weather appraisal program, the inn's business has increased by 30%. This is all Mr. Qin's credit. The miss asked me to convey her thanks to you." Auntie Hong didn't expose him. But, from her faint smile, it was clear that she had already determined something. While she was happy for the miss, she was also a bit embarrassed. After all, the miss's situation was so special. She feared there was no way to resolve it in a short period of time. If she really wanted to get closer to Qin Yu, it wouldn't be easy. Qin Yu pretended not to see the beautiful woman's teasing. He earnestly nodded. "That's good." For Auntie Hong to be able to reach her current position, she naturally understood what was appropriate. She simply let go of this matter. "Mr. Qin, you have been in seclusion for half a month, and we have already received over a dozen refining commissions. All of them want Grandmaster 19 to personally make them, and the rewards are extremely generous. As for the specifics, I have already organized them. They are all in this jade slip. You can freely choose from them." She paused for a moment, a solemn expression on her face. "Now, I would like to represent the miss and reward Mr. Qin for his help to the inn. Mr. Qin, you can choose any one of the treasures on this list as your reward this time." As she spoke, she took out several bamboo slips and placed them on the table. Qin Yu took them and didn't politely decline them. With what he had done for the inn, it was natural for him to be rewarded. On the bamboo slips there were a total of 10 treasures. Qin Yu quickly looked through them. His eyes flashed. Godblood? I never thought that the inn would have 2 of them. Auntie Hong frowned. She thought for a moment and said, Mr. Qin, perhaps Godblood isn't a good choice for you? Why? Although Mr. Qin has already refined the divine blood pill, the success rate is far too low. If you try again, you might not succeed. And if you cannot refine the divine blood pill, then you cannot use the Godblood. It would be better to exchange it for some treasures that you can use right now. Auntie Hong earnestly said, Moreover, I believe that as long as Mr. Qin can refine several more difficult pills, there will definitely be people who will bring Godblood and ask you to make a move. In truth, these last words were a bit too much. The meaning behind them was that Qin Yu would soon have another chance to obtain Godblood from somewhere else. As for how he would obtain it? Just think about it and you'll know. Chapter 304. Auntie Hong was startled. From Qin Yu's straightforward expression, she could tell that he hadn't considered exchanging for the Godblood from the very start. The reason he mentioned it was only to probe her. It was clear that he was satisfied with her answer. This bow was to thank her for what happened in the past and also to express his apology for probing her today. Looking at her complexion, he knew she had already thought of this. Qin Yu smiled. The world is dangerous, so I have no choice but to be cautious. I hope Auntie Hong doesn't take offense. He began to trust this woman a little. At least up until now, she had always been thinking about him. Auntie Hong shook her head. I can understand. After all, we don't have too deep of a friendship. But the Miss cares a great deal about you. You must understand this. Qin Yu didn't think too much about it. He nodded. Auntie Hong smiled. The Nirvana lotus seeds will be delivered today. Then, my matter will be finished. To be more precise, there is something else. May I ask if Mr. Qin is 100 years old? With success in cultivation, one could live a long life. Moreover, under the influence of their cultivation, a cultivator aged extremely slowly. In addition to some youthful treasures, it was difficult to accurately judge a cultivator's age from their appearance. Qin Yu revealed a puzzled expression. I'm not 100 years old. Auntie Hong was overjoyed. I think so too. Then, this matter can be considered a chance. The truth was that the entire matter could be summed up in a single sentence. Within the borders of the South Shine Nation, there was a youth alchemy competition held once every 30 years. If one won, there would be a reward. Of course, the condition to participate was that one couldn't be over 100 years old. Mr. Qin, with your alchemy skills, there is a high chance you can seize first place. Disregarding the rewards, this is an excellent chance to become famous. Auntie Hong said in a supportive manner. Qin Yu had no intention of participating. He didn't want to show off too much, especially since he only had a nascent soul cultivation. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. It was better to work hard to increase his cultivation. As for the rewards, with the little blue lamp in hand, Qin Yu felt that he had the potential to be rich. As long as he could preserve his life, there would be bread and milk. Auntie Hong revealed a regretful expression. If that's the case, then forget it. It's just that I heard that in the prizes this time, there is an incomplete spirit of an ancient treasure furnace. If I can refine it, the power of my pill furnace will rise by leaps and bounds. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. This was because at this moment, he could feel strange fluctuations coming from the fleeting flame furnace in his storage ring. His complexion didn't change. He casually said, I wonder what sort of treasure furnace it is? Auntie Hong didn't think too much about it. I heard that it was fished up from the deep sea. There are images of the sun, moon, and stars circulating around it. This sort of performance is quite extraordinary. Oh, that's right, it is said that when this furnace was born, yin and yang reversed and the sun and moon shine together. Within the storage ring, the fleeting flame furnace began to hum. An urgent will was directly transmitted to Qin, as if it were crying out, "I want it, I want it, I want it." This was the first time that the fleeting flame furnace had revealed such intense emotions. Qin hesitated for a moment. He asked in his heart, "Is it really that important to you?" After getting an affirmative answer, he was silent for a while, took a deep breath, and made a decision. To an alchemist, a pill furnace was their best and most important companion. The fleeting flame furnace had been extremely helpful to Qin. Ever since he stepped onto the path of alchemy, it had followed him. Now that it had made a request, Qin couldn't refuse it no matter what. "Auntie Hong, this time, I will participate in this match." Auntie Hong's eyes widened. Even as she left, her mind was still confused. Qin didn't seem like the type of person who would change his mind on a whim. He had just said he wouldn't go, so why did he suddenly want to go? Whatever, it was possible that outstanding people had strange minds. In the end, this matter was beneficial to the inn. If he wanted to go, that would be for the best. The nirvanic lotus seed was delivered to Qin on the same day. Along with it was a copy of the rules of the South Shine Nation's youth alchemy competition. From Qin perspective, the contents were similar. The only difference was that there was a rule that required the participants to pass through the wilderness and arrive at the venue of the competition. This was a bit unexpected. Qin thought about it for a moment and roughly guessed the meaning behind this rule. It was likely that the organizers of the competition wanted to eliminate those that came to make up the numbers and prevent the participants from being too mixed up. After all, although alchemy was a technical activity, it also had extremely high requirements for a cultivator. If one's cultivation was too poor, it was impossible to become a qualified alchemist. Qin rubbed his nose. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually a bit nervous. Although his nascent soul cultivation wasn't weak, it wasn't anything at all in the land of divinity and demons. If he couldn't even pass this hurdle, how could he talk about winning the championship? It would be best if he didn't die of laughter from others. This sort of thing absolutely could not be allowed. Luckily, there were still 3 months until the competition began. That was more than enough time for him to increase his strength by another level. Qin expressed to Auntie Hong that he would go into seclusion for a period of time in order to focus on the competition. Indeed, within the inn, his status wasn't low. Auntie Hong asked him to wait a moment. After asking for instructions, she personally led Qin into the inn's transmission array. The transmission was fast. It was clear that the distance wasn't too far. Auntie Hong brought Qin to a majestic building complex that was white in color. "What is this place?" Auntie Hong revealed an envious look. "This is a Dao arena of the South Shine Nation. It is a place that specializes in cultivation. Cultivating here for a day is equal to cultivating for 10 days outside. Mr. Qin will soon learn the specifics." As she spoke, a Dao arena cultivator in loose white robes came out to greet her. Auntie Hong briefly spoke with him, and then swiped her card to complete the payment. Although he didn't know how many spirit stones he had spent, he could see the distressed expression on Auntie Hong's face. It was definitely not a small number. "All right, I have already paid the Dao arena's fees for 3 months. Mr. Qin can cultivate here in peace. If there is anything you need, please feel free to contact me at any time." "Oh, that's right, the Dao Arena will keep all information about our guests confidential and will automatically destroy it after they leave. There has never been a case of information being leaked. Mr. Qin does not need to worry about anything when cultivating." Qin nodded. Auntie Hong didn't stay for long. After leaving some instructions, she bid her farewells and left. The Dao Arena cultivator lightly said, "Guest, please follow me." They entered the elevator and descended all the way down. Looking at the sign, they stopped at the 20th level underground. The Dao Arena cultivator brought Qin Yu to a white door. This is the guest's exclusive cultivation area. Without the guest's permission, no one can come here. I wish you a happy cultivation. As the Dao Arena cultivator spoke, he handed a white card to Qin Yu and cupped his hands across his chest before leaving. When he rode the elevator just now, Qin Yu had seen the Dao Arena cultivator use it. He imitated the white door in front of him and swiped his card across the black crystal. The door opened with it. As he stepped in, Qin Yu's complexion changed, revealing a look of shock. There was no difference between the outside world and the outside world, but the density of heaven and earth spiritual strength in the air had risen by 10 times. The rich heaven and earth spiritual strength made it seem as if every breath he took could make his magic power stronger. Of course, this was only an illusion. But it was enough to show just how amazing the cultivation environment here was. No wonder Auntie Hong said that cultivating here for a day was equal to cultivating for 10 days outside. It was just that Qin Yu was silent for a long time. He bitterly smiled. For him to cultivate to this day, he had never relied on heaven and earth spiritual strength. To others, such a good cultivation environment was an unimaginable good fortune. But to Qin Yu, it was simply a waste. However, this was clearly the inn's good intentions. It was impossible for Qin Yu to tell them that his talent was horrifyingly bad and that he wasn't worthy of such a good place, so they should hurry up and return it. He shook his head, suppressing the helplessness in his heart. Qin Yu looked around. The door didn't seem large, but the space inside wasn't small at all. There were also many strange things that Qin Yu didn't know what they were. Perhaps sensing the doubt on Zhang Xian's face, there was a flash of light, and a corporeal image of a young lady appeared before him. She had the appearance of a 17 to 18-year-old girl. She had a light expression and said, "Welcome guest to the Dao Arena. I am your guide. If you are already familiar with how to use all the equipment, please press 1. Otherwise, please press 2. A number key appeared in front of Qin Yu. Of course, he didn't say anything. He directly pressed 2. The guide nodded. Guest, how do you do? Since this is your first time visiting the Dao Arena, I will give you a detailed introduction to the supporting facilities of the 20th floor as well as how to use them. Please follow me. An hour later, the guide vanished into thin air. By now, Qin Yu knew the names of all the equipment in this space as well as their uses. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The cultivators of the land of divinity and demons really knew how to play around. His previous idea that there was only 10 times the heaven and earth spiritual strength here was even more wrong. For instance, the pitch-black stone floor in front of him was called the gravity chamber. It could change the gravity of the earth and increase the burden on a cultivator, tempering one's magic power and increasing the strength of the mortal body. It also had a considerable effect on increasing one's speed. There was also the floating area with countless white translucent spheres. This was called the Divine Sense Kingdom. Its function was the same as its name. It could help a cultivator improve their control over their divine sense and increase the strength of their divine sense. There was also the battle room. According to a cultivator's aura, it could create an opponent that was exactly the same as the cultivator. Only by defeating themselves could they truly understand their own flaws. There were many more. But at this time, what interested Qin Yu the most was the common-looking silver-white column in front of him. It was around 1/2 meter in diameter and 3 meters tall. Its surface was soft to the touch, even giving off an extremely delicate feeling. Its name was quite lofty. It was called the All-Type Precise Strength Assessment Tester. In simpler terms, it could test the cultivation level of the person who attacked. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Although there weren't any differences in cultivation levels in the land of divinity and demons, the specific division of strength was different. In addition, after he seized the king beast spirit spring in the wilderness, he wasn't sure exactly what his cultivation was. He might as well give it a try and see just what level he belonged to in the land of divinity and demons. Standing in front of the column, Qin Yu shouted out loud and punched out. Bang! Chapter 305. The land of divinity and demons had an extremely detailed division of cultivators' cultivation. For instance, a nascent soul cultivator could erupt with the strength of 1,000 horses. Of course, these horses weren't ordinary horses, but black iron wildebeests that had the bloodline of monster beasts. Each one had the strength of 100,000 caddies. A combat strength of 296 horses, according to the strength of 1,000 horses, could barely be considered a third-level nascent soul. However, what the hell was that comment at the end? Qin Yu was already speechless. He shook his head, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. In this punch, he had only erupted with the strength of a nascent soul. He never thought that after absorbing the power of the wild spirit spring, his cultivation would nearly reach the third level of nascent soul. But in his Dantian Sea there was more than one nascent soul. Moreover, with the 5 elements as one, it wasn't as simple as the strength of 5 nascent souls added together. Bang! Qin Yu punched out a second time. The 5-element nascent souls lit up at the same time, erupting with endless divine light. They linked together and circulated, forming a dazzling halo of light. The metal column emitted an even louder cry. Light wildly circulated on the column of light. Combat strength, 3,480 horses, the strength of 3 flood dragons. A slightly famous bandit king, able to obtain a certain degree of fame in a place with few people. A nascent soul's highest combat strength was 1,000 horses. Surpassing that was the same as reaching the divine soul level of combat strength. But this was clearly the weakest divine soul combat strength. This was because even the most ordinary divine soul cultivator could have the strength of 10 flood dragons once they stabilized their boundary. Qin Yu's lips curled up in a smile. Although he was much weaker than the weakest divine soul cultivator, he had still stepped into the divine soul realm and could easily roll over any nascent soul. Moreover, he still had cards in his hand that he hadn't used yet. His thoughts stirred. 5-colored divine light flowed between his fingers, forming the 5-element swords. 5-element sword array. Bang! The metal column shined with a light as rich as the sun. The number that hadn't yet dissipated began to crazily rise. Combat strength 13,976 horses, the strength of 13 flood dragons. Outstanding bandit king. This comment was short and concise. Qin Yu's lips twitched. The 5-element sword array was the strongest strength he could erupt with. It was enough to compare to an early divine soul cultivator, yet he still couldn't escape the trap of a bandit. The fellow who designed this cultivation detector was truly arrogant. However, his trump card was not finished yet. Qin Yu took a deep breath. His bones crackled and popped. His heart wildly beat, pushing his blood to roar as the strength of the demon body erupted. Bang! Combat power. 55,904 horses, 55 flood dragon strength. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He never thought that after the demon body erupted, it would cause his combat strength to double. However, when he saw the comments at the end, his vision darkened and he almost vomited blood. Leader of the Mountain Bandits Alliance, barely passable, can enter the city without fear of being killed. Mountain Bandit! Mountain Bandit! You're the Mountain Bandit, your whole family are Mountain Bandits. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He also felt it was a bit strange. Why was it that he couldn't restrain his emotions when facing these comments? Whatever, for better or worse, he could be considered a divine soul-level master. There was no need to be angry with someone he had never met before. 55 flood dragon power. Compared to when he first arrived at the land of divinity and demons, Qin Yu was over 10 times stronger. This was truly worthy of being called a holy land for cultivation. Although obtaining the power of the spirit spring was a stroke of luck, The heaven-defying little blue lamp still hadn't displayed its might. As for his future road of cultivation, Qin Yu was filled with confidence. He would definitely be able to break into the divine soul realm in the shortest period of time possible. It was true that Qin Yu's combat strength of 55 flood dragons was more formidable than an early divine soul cultivator. But this was only a comparison of pure combat strength. He hadn't grasped the various methods of a divine soul cultivator yet. For example, teleportation. After the little blue lamp entered the land of divinity and demons, it had fallen into a deep silence. Unless Qin Yu activated it, it wouldn't release the least bit of its aura. The ability to teleport Qin Yu naturally disappeared, as if it were avoiding something. Qin Yu would never forget that the world's will was filled with malice towards him. If he wasn't careful, then as one with the little blue lamp, there was a chance he would suffer a calamity. Thus, in order to be cautious, it was only after he broke through to divine soul and grasped teleportation that his escaping ability and combat ability would rise. Only then would he have the strength to protect himself and step onto the road to the immortal sect. Qin Yu decided that he wouldn't delay any longer and would immediately begin cultivating. But before that, he still had two matters to attend to. He flicked his sleeves. With a flash of light, 2 jade boxes appeared in front of him. Qin Yu's eyes gradually brightened. Of the 2 jade boxes, one was pitch black and one was pure white. He opened the black jade box, and what appeared in front of him was a crystal green lotus flower. This was the reward that Philosophy Watch had given him when they asked him to refine pills, the jade crystal lotus. Qin Yu had already learned how to refine treasures that could increase one's talent. Without hesitation, he pointed a finger at the jade crystal lotus. This object fused with Qin Yu's aura and flew up on its own. It circled above his head, emitting faint traces of light that fell onto his body like a drizzle before vanishing from sight. And during this process, the jade crystal lotus constantly turned illusory. Finally, it vanished like a shadow, without a single trace left behind. It was like this heaven-defying treasure that could change a cultivator's talent had suffered the punishment of the heavens and was completely erased from the world. Qin Yu opened his eyes, confusion flashing in them. He didn't feel as if anything had changed. He touched his body and didn't find any impurities. His heart tightened. Could it be that the jade crystal lotus was useless to him? He took out a pill and quickly swallowed it. He began to refine it with all his strength. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Although he had a helpless expression, he actually relaxed inwardly. It was useful. He could feel that when he absorbed the same pill, the magic power he obtained was a little bit more than before, but it was only a tiny bit. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. Wasn't it said that although the jade crystal lotus was a low-level treasure, it could still clearly increase a cultivator's talent? On the handphone forums, many cultivators had confirmed this point in their replies. But why? Qin Yu was silent for a long time. He took out his handphone and searched through it. After spending a great deal of effort, he finally found the reason. For those with extremely poor talent and low potential, if they used a treasure that could increase their talent, the effects would be greatly reduced. Extremely poor talent, low potential. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He clenched his teeth and opened the white jade box. Inside was a black lotus seed. The surface of the lotus seed was covered with tiny runes that sparkled with a mystical light. Nirvana lotus seed. This object was not something that the jade crystal lotus could compare with. Even amongst the many treasures that could increase one's talent, it was considered a medium-level treasure and was extremely valuable. Otherwise, how could the inn have the face to give it to Qin Yu as a thank-you gift? The process of refining the Nirvana lotus seed wasn't any different from that of the jade crystal lotus. The only difference was that it took much longer and the light that drizzled down became much richer. The Nirvana lotus seed vanished. Qin Yu took out a pill. A moment later he opened his eyes, a dazed expression on his face. He had finally determined that he was that kind of person. To Qin Yu, this was no small blow. He admitted that his talent was poor, so he wholeheartedly wanted to increase it. But you actually blocked most of this road for him. Aren't you being too much of a bully? For example, if others needed 2 nirvana lotus seeds to increase their talent by 1 level, Qin Yu would need at least 10 or even more. After a long time, he reluctantly accepted this reality. He comforted himself by saying that he still had the little blue lamp. He sourly thought that if he had a chance in the future, he would obtain a batch of heavenly materials that could increase one's talent and cultivate them himself. At that time, he would eat them and throw them away, cooking soup for the first meal and braising them for the next. Of course, this was nothing but the ravings of an idiot. Every heavenly material that could increase one's talent was naturally formed by the world and was a product that existed outside of the rules. It was impossible for humans to cultivate them. It was because of this that they were rare and incomparably precious. After a short rest, Qin Yu turned his grief and indignation into strength. He began to cultivate with all his might. The pills he had accumulated in his storage ring were swallowed into his stomach, turning into billowing medicinal efficacy that erupted. Sun Moon Pill, Overwhelming Pill, Mountain River Pill, Essence Chin Pill, Soul Recovery Pill, Tiger Subduing Pill, Dragon Essence Pill, Magic Power Enhancing, Soul Strengthening, Mortal Body Strengthening, all sorts of pills were freely available. At this time, Qin Yu could be called extremely wealthy. Even in the land of divinity and demons, some core disciples of large sects wouldn't be able to cultivate so extravagantly when they were at the nascent soul realm. Occasionally when he was resting, Qin Yu would open his furnace and refine pills. Currently, the materials for refining nascent soul realm pills in his storage ring had nearly piled up into a small mountain. As for the spirit stones he needed to purchase them, that was naturally the reward money he had won when he had a sudden inspiration. An investment of 230,000 spirit stones had turned into nearly 6 million in just a few days. This was a heaven-defying return. Even though Qin Yu had always been wealthy, he was still shaken by this amount of wealth. From time to time, he would laugh foolishly for 2 days before regaining his composure. With these spirit stones in addition to Qin Yu's current status in the inn, he was able to purchase materials at a discount. A mountain of materials only cost 1,000,000 spirit stones. Qin Yu was open-minded. Spirit stones were good things, but the most important thing for a cultivator was their own cultivation. When it was time to spend them, he naturally couldn't feel heartache. Refining pills, swallowing pills, this was a cycle. After a long time, his body and mind would eventually grow tired. Thus, Qin Yu began to use the other equipment in the Tao arena to relax. But soon, he discovered that these equipment weren't just decorations. They soon became a regular activity that he had to do every 2 days. For instance, at this time, Qin Yu was dripping sweat in the gravitational space. Every muscle in his body was stretched taut, making him look like the most perfect sculpture. Between his flesh and blood, traces of numbness spread out. But he could feel that every inch of his flesh and blood was constantly strengthening at an astonishing speed. An hour later, Qin Yu gasped for breath. He walked out of the gravitational space and sat cross-legged outside the divine sense kingdom. With a thought, his divine sense broke out from his body. Walala, the translucent spheres that covered nearly the entire space began to shake as if they had been activated. Qin Yu was calm at first, but as time passed, his body would shake from time to time. He would grimace in pain as if he were suffering from epilepsy. This was the terrifying aspect of the divine sense kingdom. Those translucent spheres would begin to shake as soon as one's divine sense entered. If one couldn't dodge in time and their divine sense was struck, they would suffer a horrifying pain that seeped into their marrow. Moreover, what was most abnormal was that the speed at which these spheres shook would constantly increase as time passed. Luckily, this sort of pain was only on the simple level of consciousness and didn't cause any real damage to a cultivator's divine sense. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have run as far away as he could. After experiencing the double torment of his body and divine sense, Qin Yu was finally exhausted. He swallowed down a pill and closed his eyes to refine it. In this sort of exhausted state, the mortal body would develop an intense desire for external energy. Whether it was refining speed or the amount of energy absorbed, it would all increase. This could be considered a small comfort in Qin Yu's suffering. 2 hours later, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. A divine light flashed within them, and he stood up, stepping into the combat room. A burst of light fell down, covering Qin Yu within. In an environment similar to an arena, Qin Yu's figure appeared. Then, across from him, a person that looked exactly the same as him appeared. Their gazes collided. There was no need for any words to be exchanged. They began to brutally slaughter each other. Qin Yu knew that he was real, but the puppet that he had created also seemed to think that he was real. Its fierce and loathing attitude was displayed to the fullest. Fighting himself was already depressing enough, but he also had to endure the other party's vicious eyes that said, "Where did you come from, boy? How dare you pretend to be me?" Here, he had to give the Tao Arena a thumbs up. He really had no idea how they managed to do this. They could actually simulate a puppet to be exactly the same as the main body. Everything that Qin Yu knew, he also knew. In this sort of battle where everyone knew their trump cards and their strengths were exactly the same, it was simply too refreshing. Chapter 306. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He had tried to perish together again. It seemed that wanting to defeat him would be an incomparably difficult matter. He limply walked out of the combat room. He braced himself, took out a pill, swallowed it, and continued to cultivate. Time was more chaste than anything else in the world. It wouldn't be twisted or changed by external forces. When Qin Yu finished refining the pills in his body and was preparing to continue, the guide's figure suddenly appeared. The guide lightly said, "Guest, there are still 4 hours left until your time at the Tao Arena. Please pack up your belongings. We welcome you to come again." This sort of dull and boring lonely cultivation. If it were anyone else, they might feel joy as if they had been set free. But Qin Yu's first thought was, "Are you kidding me? How long has it been? 3 months have passed." He indignantly took out his handphone. He was thankful for the super endurance of cultivation technology. The phone hadn't been turned off yet, allowing Qin Yu to see the marked calendar. It was actually real. After a brief daze, Qin Yu swept his eyes around, a look of reluctance on his face. He secretly decided that if he had a chance in the future he would definitely come back to the Tao Arena. This place was simply too wonderful. With only 4 hours left, there was no meaning in cultivating any longer. Qin Yu stood up and walked in front of the combat strength measuring device. He took a deep breath and punched out. A light wove together to form words. Combat strength, 431 horses. Nascent soul 4th level. In 3 months, a massive amount of pills had accumulated, forcefully raising Qin Yu from the 3rd level to the middle 4th level. This cultivation speed, even in the land of divinity and demons, could be considered above average. That's right, above average. Otherwise, geniuses would be as common as dogs in the land of divinity and demons. If it were a true proud son of heaven cultivator who had the same cultivation resources as Qin Yu, they would be at least at the 6th level of nascent soul. This was the reason why talent was incomparably important to a cultivator. As Qin Yu thought of this, he sighed inwardly. But he wasn't discouraged. Since there were treasures that could increase his talent, he could slowly search for them in the future. With the little blue lamp behind him, he was confident in his ability to amass wealth in the future. At worst he would just buy. His heart filled with heroic spirit. His black robes began to flutter without wind. He lifted his hand and between his fingers, 5 divine lights of white, black, blue, red, and yellow revolved, condensing into the 5-element swords. With a flick of his sleeves, he cut towards the metal pillar. All the sword light instantly sank into the metal pillar. There seemed to be a moment of silence before a violent roar erupted like a tsunami. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. As he looked at the resplendent silver light that condensed into a line of numbers, he smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. It wasn't easy. After 3 months of painstaking training in the dojo, he finally got rid of his identity as a mountain bandit. Combat power: 76,831 horses, 76 dragon power. Able to obtain the title of town security team member. Has the power to decide the life and death of roadside stalls. Well, please let us ignore the latter comment. His cultivation had risen by a level and his combat strength had risen by 21 dragon power. This was Qin Yu's background. With the combination of his secret arts and mortal body, it created a terrifying result. This was how the cultivators of the land of divinity and demons truly calculated their combat strength. There were even core disciples of large sects that had heaven-shaking supernatural abilities and all sorts of secret techniques that could erupt with power. Their true cultivation might only be at the nascent soul realm, but in a critical moment of life or death, if they didn't hesitate to erupt with power, they could even kill a divine soul or even a peak divine soul. In simpler terms, they could jump ranks to fight. Compared to such a proud son of heaven, Qin Yu's current performance could only be considered decent. However, Qin Yu was already satisfied with the result. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to turn around and step into the combat room. A beam of light fell down, covering Qin Yu's figure. 2 hours later, the beam of light in the combat room suddenly vanished. The guide's figure appeared and bowed. Guest, congratulations on completing the self-defeating adventure. You are ranked 9th in history. According to the rules, you may leave behind your name for future cultivators to look up to. As he spoke, the phantom of a giant stone tablet appeared in the combat room. Even so, one could still feel the pressure and the faint ancient aura. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he slowly said, "Qin Yu." In the next moment, the 9th position on the stone tablet wriggled with light and the 2 words Ning Qin appeared. The original 9th position had fallen to 10th. As for the 10th place brother, he had naturally fallen out of the ranking. The guide bowed once more and vanished along with the stone tablet. Qin Yu shook his head, not caring too much about this. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed some pills to restore himself. Because he was unfamiliar with the Tao arena, and because he didn't have much information about it, Qin Yu simply didn't know what it meant to be ranked 9th in history or what sort of shock it would cause. The Tao arena had an unknown background. It appeared 10,000 years ago, and began to expand at an astonishing speed throughout the land of divinity and demons. It even became a measure of how strong a country was. The central mountain nation was a subordinate kingdom of the Zhao Empire. There was a Tao arena built in the mountains and mist. Beneath the pure white sunlight, it shined with a holy light. In front of the Tao arena's main entrance, in the skies above the profound heaven square, there was a sudden thunderclap. Winds and clouds surged in the skies, forming a giant vortex. The phantom of a stone tablet slowly appeared, and an incomparably dignified voice echoed out from deep within the vortex, as if the heavens and earth were speaking. The 9th place on the ancient perishment decree has changed. His name is Qin Yu. Boundless waves of sound rolled out in all directions. Countless cultivators looked up in shock, awe and envy in their eyes. After over 1,000 years, the ancient perishment decree that was said to be able to destroy oneself in order to make a breakthrough had actually produced a new name. Who was this Qin Yu? Could he be a hidden legacy disciple of some super sect? Otherwise, how could he have appeared on the combat list as soon as he appeared, creating such a heaven-shaking achievement? The Qin Empire's subordinate kingdom, the Yan Empire's subordinate kingdom, the Qi Empire's subordinate kingdom, the Song Empire's subordinate kingdom. Almost at the same time, all of the Tao arenas stationed in this part of the world had similar scenes appearing in front of them. That vortex, that stone tablet, that voice that seemed to come from the heavens and earth, all of this caused the name of Qin Yu to spread through the land of divinity and demons at an unimaginable speed. To destroy oneself was known as the most impossible matter to accomplish. But anyone that could accomplish this was a stunning talent, a peerless character that stood at the peak of their time. The land of divinity and demons had countless resources. As long as one gathered enough resources, even a pig could become a divine pig that could fly in the skies. But, if one wanted to achieve a peerless cultivation and become a peak powerhouse that could suppress their own domain, this wasn't something that could be accomplished by piling up resources. A cultivator needed to have a formidable talent and take the crucial step of becoming one with the heavenly Tao. In the eyes of countless people, the name Qin Yu had the qualifications to take this step. Thus, orders were rapidly passed down. Find Qin Yu. I have a feeling that this person is in the south. Order the South Division to investigate with all their strength. There can be no delay. Have the Stargazing Division investigate the stars and lock onto this person's position. We must bring him back. A blue sea seed has the qualifications to be a core member of my sect. Announce this to the world. We welcome Qin Yu to my sect to cultivate. Qi Empire, Imperial Capital Linzi. The city was like a vicious beast crouching on the ground, gazing up at the great sun in the east. It seemed as if it were swallowing the essence of the sun and moon, a boundless momentum that shook the heavens and earth. Because the power of the imperial Tao was condensed and the destiny of the empire was suppressed, the heavenly Tao within Lin Zi didn't appear. Instead, the Supreme Emperor reigned supreme. This wasn't because the Qi Empire's great emperor was arrogant and wanted to confront the heavens and earth. Rather, it was because his own terrifying cultivation had fused together with the destiny of the nation, forming a momentum that had obtained the approval of the heavens and earth. Within the 7 great empires of the land of divinity and demons, all of them had this status. Thus, within Lin Zi's Tao arena, there was no vortex or stone tablet that appeared. There was only a voice that spread out in all directions. The 9th place on the ancient perishment decree has changed. His name is Qin Yu. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or not, but this voice that contained endless majesty seemed to contain a bit more caution and dread, as if it didn't want to casually step into the Qi Empire's imperial capital. Billowing waves of sound rolled through the void. This voice contained the power of rules that could ignore all spells and array formations. In the blink of an eye, it spread throughout all of Lin Zi. Imperial Palace. Above the Golden Palace, a man sitting on a 9-layered dragon throne suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light flashed within them, like thunder rumbling from the highest heavens. He let out a light cough. In the next moment, that voice that reverberated through the skies of Lin Zi suddenly stopped, as if it had been erased from the world by an invisible strength. Your Majesty, in recent years the Tao arena's influence has gradually grown. Countless influences have secretly interweaved with each other, and their arrogance has grown with each passing day. Do you need me to step forward to break their momentum and suppress their destiny? Beneath the Golden Palace, a black-armored general stepped forward and bowed. His aura pulsed, causing space to collapse and countless tiny cracks to appear. The Qi Emperor lightly said, "Behind the Tao arena, there is an almighty being presiding over it. There is no need to pay attention to it for now. I will personally seek an explanation for this matter. Qin Yan, I have recently sensed that the infinite realm is about to open. Pass down a decree to my Qi Empire's great sects and imperial juniors. Select the most outstanding ones and prepare to step into the infinite realm and obtain their own good fortune." Not too far away from the Golden Palace, in a vast palace complex, a woman cultivating in a training room had unknowingly begun to cry. Across from her, Another beautiful female cultivator was awakened. Her complexion changed as she saw this. Senior apprentice Sister Ning, what is it? Ning Ling shook her head. She wiped away her tears and said, I'm fine. The beautiful female cultivator's eyes turned. It was clear that her senior apprentice Sister Ning didn't want to speak too much. She nodded and smartly didn't ask any further. Ning Ling's eyes drooped down, covering up all her emotions. Countless thoughts tumbled through her mind before she finally sighed. In such a short period of time, she didn't believe that Qin Yu had the chance to step into the land of divinity and demons. Taking a step back, even if he really did enter the land of divinity and demons, how could he possibly be ranked 9th on the Dao Arena's ancient perishment decree? The Dao Arena's ancient perishment decree was a domain that several proud senior apprentice brothers of the immortal sect had painstakingly chased after, but none of them had been able to step into it. It was just that they shared the same name. Ning Ling took a deep breath to suppress her tumbling emotions. Her mind returned to tranquility and her aura suddenly changed. She was like an exiled immortal that couldn't be offended, noble and untouchable. The cultivation methods of the immortal sect paid particular attention to severing one's emotions and desires, to have no desires or desires. This was in line with the cultivation methods of the immortal Tao, allowing one's cultivation to rapidly rise. The female cultivator across from her revealed a look of deep envy. No wonder senior apprentice Sister Ning, who came from the land of exiles, was able to obtain the favor of the elders of the sect in such a short period of time. Her talent was just as the rumors said. She was a strong competitor for the position of saintess. Chapter 307. When time ran out, the Dao Arena cultivator who had brought Qin Yu in opened the door to receive him. However, he was clearly a bit absent-minded today. His face was flushed red with excitement and envy. Qin Yu didn't know what had happened and he certainly didn't have much interest in it. In order to eliminate the puppet in the battle room, he had nearly used up everything he had and he still hadn't recovered. His face was pale and he looked as if he were lacking blood vitality. He entered the stairs and silently walked up. After opening it, he returned to where he came from. Auntie Hong was waiting outside. Qin Yu waved a hand in greeting. What puzzled him was that Auntie Hong seemed to be very excited at this time. But that was fine, so why was she looking at him? 3 months have passed. Please help yourselves. The Dao Arena cultivator nodded and hurried away. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at himself and asked, Auntie Hong, is there something wrong? Auntie Hong opened her mouth to speak, but she soon regained her composure. She warily looked around and then pulled Qin Yu towards the transmission array. A warm and fragrant wind wafted towards him. If Qin Yu didn't know that Auntie Hong was a reserved and self-respecting person, he feared he would have been overthinking things. A light flashed. Auntie Hong and Qin Yu vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they had returned to the inn within the beast-hunting battalion. Within the transmission array, a fist-sized bead directly disintegrated into powder. The powerful transmission aura that lingered around the transmission array vanished with it. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. It seemed that the reason he was able to directly teleport to the Dao Arena from the beast-hunting battalion was because of this pearl's effect. It was clear that there was a limit to its use and now it had self-destructed. Qin Yu, it's you, it's you. Auntie Hong's eyes shined with a divine light, as if she had discovered a new continent. Because of her excitement, her body shivered. Qin Yu was given a fright. In particular, this gaze that seemed as if she wanted to swallow him whole left him with a strange complexion. Auntie Hong, are you all right? If you don't feel well, you should rest early. There's no need to specifically pick me up. Unfortunately, Auntie Hong didn't listen to these words. She spun around in excitement. I never thought that you would have hidden yourself so deeply. But in the blink of an eye, it was unknown what she thought and she revealed a nervous expression. Qin Yu, you aren't thinking of leaving, right? Our inn has been very good to you, and there is also the Miss Good Intentions. You cannot be too heartless. What was going on? Qin Yu was confused. Moreover, what the hell was the Miss's Intentions? He bitterly smiled. Auntie Hong, I have no idea what you are talking about. Auntie Hong revealed a suspicious expression. You really don't know? Seeing him seriously nod, she frowned and said, Besides you, who else is called Qin Yu? I don't believe there is such a coincidence. Mr. Qin, tell me honestly, did you defeat the puppet in the combat room in the Taoist dojo? Qin Yu thought back to the stone tablet that had appeared with the guide. But, wasn't this something that only he had witnessed? How did Auntie Hong know? Qin Yu began to feel that things weren't as simple as he thought. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded. That's right. Auntie Hong let out a long breath. I knew it was you. She blinked. Don't you know what this means? Qin Yu nodded honestly. Auntie Hong revealed a hesitant expression. After thinking for a long time, she clenched her teeth and said, It's fine. If I hide this matter from you, I fear that once you learn of it in the future, you will definitely be dissatisfied. She looked at Qin Yu. In the Tao Arena's combat room, anyone that can defeat themselves is extremely rare and precious. You should be well aware of how difficult it is. During this process, those that perform extremely well will be ranked on the ancient perishment decree. And this ancient perishment decree has another name. The ancient perishment decree. The so-called perishment refers to the destruction of oneself and the rebirth from that destruction. As long as a cultivator can step onto the ancient perishment decree, they are all unparalleled geniuses of their generation. Every time the decree changes, news of it will inevitably spread throughout the world. She took out her handphone and tapped the screen several times. Soon, she placed a video in front of Qin Yu. Although the image was a bit shaky, the vortex in the skies, the stone tablet within the vortex, and the booming voice could still be clearly seen and heard. Qin Yu was stunned. He quickly scrolled down the video. The comments section below the video was filled with all sorts of envy, jealousy, hate, worship, and flattery, nearly blinding his eyes. He was in a daze for a long time before he gradually realized that he seemed to have quietly done something incredible. The ancient perishment decree has changed. In the land of divinity and demons, another peerless proud son of heaven is rising. Anyone that can find Qin Yu is the same as finding a future Blue Sea Realm Supreme Elder. Qin Yu has accumulated enough strength to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. His talent and potential are unfathomable. All sorts of praises flooded the network. On the social media accounts of the various sects and families, many of them expressed their hopes that Qin Yu would come to them to cultivate. The treatment they gave him was so good that it was enough to turn the cultivators in the comments section into red-eyed rabbit. As Qin Yu saw this, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. The example of the Yu family was right in front of him. If he really went there, then he feared that these influences that wanted to dig him up at all costs would immediately throw him into the abyss. Perhaps in order to save face, they might even kill him to silence him. Auntie Hong had a nervous expression. She was afraid that she would see any bad signs from Qin Yu's face. After all, with his current status, if he wanted to leave, there were countless powerful influences that would welcome him with open arms. In comparison, although the inn wasn't weak, it didn't have the slightest bit of core competitiveness. And most importantly, the relationship between Qin Yu and the inn could only be considered a cooperative one. And no matter how one looked at it, it was the inn that was taking advantage of him. If he really wanted to leave, there was nothing the inn could do. It was because of this that she had panicked and blurted out the matter of the mist. But Qin Yu's current complexion wasn't normal at all. After the initial shock, he was calm and even a bit helpless. Could it be that he didn't want to reveal too much of his fame? How was that possible? This was the ancient perishment decree. As long as Qin Yu wanted to, he could transform it into a great killing tool that would help him pave his future road of cultivation. Cough cough, Qin Yu, what is it? Qin Yu took a deep breath, his expression earnest. Auntie Hong, I hope that you can keep this matter a secret for me. He paused and then bluntly said, that Qin Yu on the ancient perishment decree has nothing to do with me. If I say this, can you understand? What nonsense. If news of this were to spread out, that would be a major matter. All sorts of storms would gather in the blink of an eye. And most importantly, Qin Yu simply didn't have the talent that was touted on the internet. At that time, he would inevitably stir up a great storm and even bring about a fatal disaster. For instance, the Southern Overwatch Pass Yu family. They would absolutely kick Qin Yu while he was down and kill him in order to avoid any future retaliation. But Auntie Hong didn't know of any of this. In front of her, Qin Yu's figure suddenly became mysterious. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Such a powerful alchemist had actually joined the beast hunting battalion with the status of an ordinary soldier. If it weren't for the young Mrs. Problem exposing him, no one would have thought of this. Moreover, the reason he was painstakingly concealing his identity on the ancient perishment decree was because he didn't want others to know about it. In addition to his poor understanding of the outside world, in the great mansions of rich and powerful families, there were concubine juniors that weren't valued. Because of their outstanding talent, they were persecuted and imprisoned. They had to spend a great deal of effort to escape, not wanting to be discovered by anyone. Now, they were enduring all sorts of hardships in order to one day be able to openly return and seek justice for their mother who had been persecuted to death. As for why it was because their mother had been persecuted to death, wasn't that how all the television dramas played out? Thanks to the various television dramas, Auntie Hong was able to find a reasonable explanation for Qin Yu. Thus, she didn't ask any further questions. Her expression was dignified and her eyes shined with pity. Mr. Qin, rest assured that I will keep this a secret for you. I will not let anyone know that you are at the inn. Qin Yu had originally thought of a massive number of reasons. For instance, his cultivation was too weak, and if he obtained too much attention, he might be persecuted by others. But he never imagined that none of these would be used. Moreover, looking at Auntie Hong's appearance, it was clear she had already determined something in her heart and given him a very solid reason. Although this was a good thing and could avoid a great deal of trouble, the key point was that Qin Yu didn't know what to say, so how could Auntie Hong instantly understand? Cough cough, then I'll have to trouble Auntie Hong. Auntie Hong solemnly said, Mr. Qin, nothing can be rushed. You should cultivate first and increase your cultivation. After all, the future is long. Although our inn isn't considered a super strong influence, protecting one or two people shouldn't be a problem. You don't need to worry about anything else, I will help you handle it. Faintly, Qin Yu could guess some things from her words. He didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, but he also relaxed. Whatever, there was no trouble. She could think however she wanted. He spoke a few more words with a heavy expression, reinforcing Auntie Hong's guesses. As he watched Auntie Hong walk away, Qin Yu rubbed his nose, a helpless look on his face. The ancient perishment decree that others struggled to pursue, why did it become such a great burden when it fell onto him? Did having poor talent mean that one didn't have human rights? However, since the ancient perishment decree was so important and had caused such a great storm, even the immortal sect that was far away should know of it. Senior apprentice Sister Ning, did she know? Qin Yu's eyes revealed a trace of gentleness and longing. He thought back to the day when he first met Ning Ling. The awkwardness and heartbreak at the start had now turned into a faint warmth. Senior apprentice Sister Ning, I said I would look for you and I will definitely keep my promise. Please wait for me. I will appear in front of you as soon as possible. The South Shine Nation's Youth Alchemy Competition arrived as scheduled. Such a grand alchemy event naturally attracted the attention of tens of millions of young cultivators. Everyone hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and fight for a brighter future for themselves. Thus, the registration point could be called a sea of people. The long line stretched out like a snake with no end in sight. Chapter 308. Ever since the Today's Weather Discussion Program team had broadcasted the process of appraising the divine blood pill, black robes had become the most popular attire. It was said that wearing black robes could enhance one's sense of mystery and make it easier to win the hearts of female cultivators. But any trend had a time limit. After that day, Qin Ning didn't appear in public again, so black robes were gradually eliminated. If one were to wear them now, they wouldn't be trendy anymore. They could only be considered to be copying others' ideas. It was no wonder that in the line next to him, there were several men wearing the latest tight-fitting clothes that found Qin Yu displeasing to the eye. Of course, the most important reason was that Qin Yu had somehow managed to run into some dog-shit luck. His clothes had actually managed to attract the favor of a petite and cute female cultivator from the neighboring team. She had a cute and chubby face, and she had been chattering away with him the entire time. This caused several men who had a favorable impression of her to feel sour in their hearts as they scowled at her. Qin Yu was helpless. As someone who didn't like trouble, he had already displayed a sufficiently cold and indifferent attitude. But who knew that this little girl didn't seem to notice anything at all and continued to be so enthusiastic? There was nothing he could do about it. He could only respond to this little girl's strange questions and resolutely refuse her request to see his true appearance. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's cold attitude wasn't able to force this little girl away. Rather, it caused the surrounding men to dislike him even more. A beauty that they didn't have a chance to curry favor with was so interested in him, and yet he still dared to act so arrogantly? Was he trying to show off to them? Naturally, their gazes became even more hostile. After waiting for a long time, it was finally their turn. Once they paid the security deposit, they could leave. The security deposit was one of the more interesting things in the youth alchemy competition. It was used to prevent cheating, because once it was discovered, this security deposit of 30,000 spirit stones would be directly confiscated. Suddenly, a cry echoed in his ears. In the line next to him, the chattering and cute little female cultivator suddenly paled. "It's over, it's over. I took off my storage ring yesterday when I was bathing. I actually forgot to bring it." She anxiously looked at the Southshine Nation official behind the long table. Although the middle-aged man enjoyed her gaze, 30,000 spirit stones wasn't a small number. He could only harden his heart and say, all participating cultivators must pay a security deposit. This is the rule. Today is the only registration day. If you miss it, you won't be able to participate again. If you don't have spirit stones with you, you can borrow some from a friend. Ah, how could I forget? The cute little female cultivator took out her handphone. The cute cartoon rabbit phone case really did match her style. Her slender and dexterous fingers tapped on the screen a few times before she suddenly stopped, a sad look on her face. I almost forgot that he ran away from home. How could he be so cowardly and admit defeat after just a few days? As for her friend, she naturally couldn't say anything. Otherwise, she would definitely be laughed at for doing such an embarrassing thing. She definitely couldn't lose face like this. Blinking her eyes, the young female cultivator turned around. Her pitiful eyes fell on Qin Yu. Why are you looking at me?" Qin Yu was puzzled. He lowered his head and pretended not to see anything. Unfortunately, this little girl clearly wouldn't let him off so easily. "Big brother, I didn't bring any spirit stones today. Can I lend you 30,000? I'll return it to you later." The several surrounding men who were just like peacocks suddenly widened their eyes. They gulped down mouthfuls of saliva, nearly choking themselves to death. 30,000 spirit stones, this was 30,000 spirit stones. How come she made it sound like it was only 3 or 5? She was just asking to lend it to him. Originally, all of them had been angry and envious that Qin Yu was favored by her. But now all of them rejoiced. Luckily, the one she was looking for just now wasn't them. With so many people watching, if he refused her it would be too shameful. But if he didn't refuse, "Little mushroom, this is the first time we've met, so do you really expect me to obediently hand over 30,000 spirit stones to you?" As those small eyes fell on Chinyu, they revealed expressions as if they were watching a good show. Hee, what luck with women. It really isn't reliable at all. This is more like a calamity of love. I want to see just what you brat can do now. Even in the land of divinity and demons, 30,000 spirit stones was a considerable sum. It was enough to move the hearts of many people. Chinyu furrowed his eyebrows. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw the clear eyes of the female cultivator across from him, revealing a bit of helplessness and hope. For some reason, this sort of gaze caused Chinyu's heart to soften a little. The words that reached his mouth couldn't come out. After a moment of silence, he took out a card and said, "For you." The young female cultivator's eyes instantly erupted with a bright light. She took the card and repeatedly thanked him before handing it to the official behind the long table. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. He had a stunned expression on his face, as if saying, "I came from a small place, don't scare me." It was only when the young female cultivator knocked on the table that he regained his composure. Then, with a dazed expression, he helped her complete the registration procedures. With a swipe of his finger, the data was quickly transmitted back. 30,000 spirit stones had been deducted. This wasn't a joke, this really wasn't a joke. Holy shit, 30,000 spirit stones. Big brother, you gave it away without blinking. It wasn't just the middle-aged cultivator behind the long table, but the several young men waiting to see a joke were all left dumbfounded. How could he be so rich? Although all of them felt extreme disdain towards Chinyu's foolish actions, if he could casually take out 30,000 spirit stones as if it wasn't a big deal, how could he be someone easy to deal with? They subconsciously restrained their gazes lest they invite disaster upon themselves. As for why they called him a foolish person? What nonsense! Who would take off their storage ring while bathing? Those things weren't afraid of being submerged in water, and even if they did take it off, would they forget to keep it on their person? Don't be naive. To a cultivator, a storage ring was as important as their life. If they could forget something like that, then they could fool a ghost. Big brother, thank you for your card. I, little Fong, am a man of my word. I will definitely return it to you. She bounced over and returned the card to Chinyu. But at this time, her handphone suddenly rang. She looked down at the great demon king's wildly laughing reminder on the screen and revealed a flustered expression. "Ah, they'll find me soon. Big brother, I'll see you later." She turned and ran. In several breaths of time, she vanished from sight. She left just like that? The originally stunned crowd was stunned once more. As they looked at Chinyu, they couldn't help but reveal a bit of pity. 30,000 spirit stones. He had thrown out this amount of money, and yet he hadn't even been able to hold his hand, much less anything else. A loss, this was a massive loss, a loss that reached his grandma's house. Chinyu's eyes revealed a bit of astonishment. This little girl said she would return the money, but he didn't even know her name from the start. In this vast sea of people, where would he go to find her? Could it be that he had really misjudged her? Chinyu frowned and immediately suppressed these thoughts. It was only 30,000 spirit stones. If he wanted to, he could casually take out some pills and earn it back. Moreover, he had 4 similar cards in his storage ring, each one with a limit of 1,000,000 spirit stones. "Please show me your identity card." Behind the long table was a delicate and pretty female cultivator. She was gloating at Chinyu. As a cultivator working for the state, she naturally didn't need to worry about any retaliation. Who told you to be so lustful, to think that your brain wouldn't be able to handle a beautiful woman? Now that you've suffered a great loss, you really deserve it. However, when she inadvertently saw the identity card that Chinyu handed over, her eyes subconsciously widened. As she looked at Chinyu's stunned expression, she opened her mouth to say something. Chinyu hurriedly lifted his hand. "Miss, please help me handle it as soon as possible. Thank you." It was only then that the female cultivator regained her composure. She excitedly nodded again and again. She never thought that her luck would be so good that she would be able to see him. During the process, she carefully looked around. The more she looked, the more familiar she found him. Ning Qin. He had the identity card issued by the inn, and he had also hidden his identity so that no one else would know. It was definitely him. Big Brother Blackrobed, my most sincere and trustworthy Big Brother Blackrobe. No wonder he didn't even bat an eyelid just now and gave that little girl 30,000 spirit stones. Only my Big Brother Blackrobed would have such boldness and boldness. Women, sometimes they were fickle and fickle. Just now they were laughing at him, but now they were filled with admiration. He swiped his card and paid the deposit. After receiving the receipt, Qin Yu nodded in thanks. Under the reluctant gaze of the female cultivator, he turned and left. Many people around him had strange expressions. Could this person really be some extraordinary and famous character? Otherwise, why would this woman have such a dazed and distracted expression? At almost the same time, in a room not too far away from the registration area, a massive number of cultivators were gathered. All participating cultivators had to undergo a second round of verification. Only after there were no problems would they be able to pass. In front of a screen, a bored cultivator's eyes suddenly brightened. He stared at an identity card that had just appeared. Ning Qin. Haha, he never thought that a simple screening tool he made would actually be useful. He really did come to participate in the competition. He carefully looked over it. If he came from the inn, then there was no mistake. After finding an excuse, the cultivator left work early. He took out his handphone, typed out a message, and pressed send. A moment later, there was a light ding. The cultivator quickly picked up his handphone. As he looked at his balance, he revealed an excited smile. 100,000 spirit stones. This was 100,000 spirit stones. It was equal to several years of hard work. Ning Qin, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone. Philosophy Watch. Not too long ago, Elder Nangong had been filled with extraordinary grace and high spirits. But now, he was lying on his bed. His complexion was dark and haggard, as if he were suffering from a serious illness. In the past, he had thought that the inn would be completely trampled beneath his feet. But who would have thought that after a series of twists and turns, not only would he not succeed, but he would instead become the inn's most successful advertising campaign. In particular, the reason for this result was that he had promised someone else to eat one of their extraordinary divine blood pills. How could Elder Nangong not be angry and ashamed? Anger attacked his heart, and in addition to the pressure from the sect, it was hard for him not to fall sick. At this time, as he looked at the message on his handphone, his dim eyes suddenly lit up. Ning Qin. Ning Qin. This little bastard, he would never forget him for the rest of his life. If it weren't for him, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state? Elder Nangong looked up at the person in front of his bed. Pass down my order. No matter the cost, I want this person to not live to see tomorrow. Yes, Elder. Hearing the hatred in these words, the Philosophy Watch cultivator trembled in fright. He respectfully bowed and hurried away. Qin Yu naturally didn't know that news of him participating in the competition had already been sold to his great enemy, Philosophy Watch, by a greedy official who was abusing his power for personal gain. Now, a group of cultivators had come looking for him with killing intent in their hearts. Luckily, he had always been a cautious person. When he registered, he wore a black robe, but not long after he left he took it off. This caused the black-robed Philosophy Watch cultivators to miss their target. They couldn't help but curse this brat for being incomparably cunning. In his heart, after appraising the divine blood pill, Qin Yu didn't want to use the name Ning Qin anymore. Unfortunately, The great competition had an extremely strict examination of the identities of the participating cultivators. Qin Yu had no choice but to use the alias that he had exposed himself to make it easier for the inn to deal with him. After all, everyone knew that there was a brat called Ning Qin in the inn. He was loyal and courageous, cough cough, he shouldn't toot his own horn. As for Qin Yu's real name, after what happened with the ancient perishment decree, he absolutely couldn't use it again. Today he registered and tomorrow he would enter the wilderness. Once he passed through the designated area, he would truly have the qualifications to participate in the competition. Qin Yu casually found an inn nearby and stayed there. He took out pills and began to cultivate. There was no need to mention just how many black-robed cultivators had suffered undeserved calamities that night. At the very least, Qin Yu passed his days quite well. At dawn he opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. His cultivation had risen a bit more. Chapter 309. The proud and pampered Qin Yu tidied up his things. Then, he and the many participating cultivators from the inn stepped onto the street and gathered at the starting point. But what was strange was that many of the cultivators he met on the street were bruised and swollen, as if they had been brutally beaten. Could it be that some sort of mass incident occurred last night? The competition was just around the corner, and yet they were still in the mood to do such things. As expected, the cultivators of the land of divinity and demons really knew how to play. Qin Yu shook his head, no longer bothering with them. He followed the stream of people forwards, occasionally glancing around. He felt that something was missing from the crowd today. He didn't think he was wrong. He frowned and suddenly realized that there wasn't a single person wearing black robes in the crowd. This was strange. When he registered yesterday, although there weren't many people wearing black robes, there were still some. So, how come everyone had changed clothes today? There didn't seem to be such a rule in the rules of the competition. As he was thinking, Qin Yu soon arrived at the designated gathering point and waited to set off. Without delaying for too long, the cultivators of the competition began to hand out a timer. This thing was simple and its function was exactly the same as its name. Its only use was to calculate time. This was because only cultivators that passed through the wilderness in less than a day had the qualifications to participate. Otherwise, they would all be forced out. Qin Yu received this little thing and was solemnly reminded to take good care of it. It was shaped like a small hourglass. When the departure signal was sent out, it would begin to fall down for a full day. Of course, although this thing was simple, it wasn't simple at all. In the past South Shine Nation youth alchemy competitions, there had been people that had tried to play tricks on the hourglass. But no matter how exquisite their methods were, they were easily discovered and they lost everything. That was 30,000 spirit stones as a base. If one were to think about it in the dark, perhaps the South Shine Nation officials were hoping that all the participating cultivators would play some trick. If so, they would have struck it rich. Everyone, we will begin to enter the wilderness in an hour. If you wish to form a team, please hurry. After the officials reminded everyone, the open space outside the city immediately became chaotic. Shouts and shouts rose and fell. Brother Su, Brother Wang, hurry up. The 5 of us will form a team. A team of 4. We have both offense and defense. We are in urgent need of fellow Taoists with speed. If you join, your safety will be guaranteed. Are there any fellow Taoists with high defensive earth attribute abilities? We are waiting for you to join us. That's right, while traversing through the wilderness, one could form a team. Although the South Shine Nation officials had combed through the wilderness before the start of the competition to determine that there wouldn't be any powerful monster beasts that surpassed the limits of their resistance, this didn't mean there weren't any dangers. The purpose of the competition was to unearth talents, not to let the young cultivators of the younger generation run off to feed monster beasts. If they formed a team, it would be much safer. Of course, 5 people was the maximum number of people in a team. Otherwise, if dozens or hundreds of people walked together, the wilderness trial would not be challenging at all. It would not be able to eliminate them at all. Oh, that's right, this round is called the wilderness trial. Qin Yu was a bit hesitant. He didn't know many people, and it wasn't necessarily safe for him to form a team with others. After thinking about it for a bit, he might as well go on his own. With his current cultivation, there shouldn't be any problems. Just as he was thinking of this, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. "Big brother, it's you." Qin Yu turned and saw little Feng Feng running towards him, her face full of joy. He subconsciously frowned. When they met yesterday, he was wearing a black robe. How could this little girl recognize him? "Hey, big brother, we really are brought together by fate. Yesterday I left in a hurry and forgot to ask for your name. I was just worrying about how to return your spirit stones." As she spoke, she took out her handphone. Come, big brother, let's add each other as friends. I'll transfer the money to you." Qin Yu calmly took out his handphone. As she was busying herself, he lightly asked, "How did you recognize me? Isn't that simple? I just relied on my nose." Little Feng Feng had a proud expression. "I'm very fierce. As long as I smell someone's aura, no matter if it's a person or an object, I can firmly remember them and never forget them." Qin Yu relaxed a little. If this was the case, then it wouldn't be much of a problem. But at this time, a cold snort sounded out. "Feng Feng, don't speak so casually. Black hair, white robes, pink face, and starry eyes. If Qin Yu had to choose a ranking of the most handsome men he had ever seen in his life, this person would definitely be on it." His eyes were cold and arrogant. It was clear he came from an extraordinary background. "Cousin, please be a bit more polite. This is the big brother that lent me spirit stones yesterday. If it weren't for him, I fear I wouldn't have been able to smoothly register." Little Feng Feng glared at him. Her fingers nimbly tapped the screen of her handphone a few times. She looked up and smiled. "All right, 50,000 spirit stones will be transferred to your account soon." Qin Yu shook his head. "I don't need that much." Little Feng Feng was full of pride. "Big brother helped me out of kindness, so of course I should be rewarded. Moreover, little Feng Feng doesn't lack money. Big brother, just keep it." The handsome cousin had an ill complexion. He had already heard about what happened yesterday from little Feng Feng. He originally thought that Qin Yu was deliberately approaching them with ill intentions, but now that he saw Qin Yu receive 20,000 spirit stones out of thin air and still maintain such a calm expression, he sneered inwardly and became even more certain of his guess. This person most likely knew of his cousin's identity and was deliberately trying to approach her. This old man has seen this sort of thing many times. If he wants to ascend to the heavens in a single bound and become the son-in-law of his uncle's family, then he can keep dreaming. "Feng Feng, the spirit stones have been returned. Let's go." If he didn't even give him a chance to approach her, then let's see just what sort of tricks he had up his sleeve. Qin Yu could feel the hostility coming from the handsome cousin and the man and woman behind him. He could roughly guess the reason, but he didn't feel angry. He cupped his hands together and said, "Then we'll part ways here." He turned around and left without hesitation. That was true. The handsome cousin was startled. Did he think he was overthinking things? But in the next moment, his complexion darkened. He clenched his teeth for a long time and cursed inwardly. What a good cat and mouse game! He watched as his little cousin, who had been spoiled endlessly since childhood, bounced up and down as she chased after him. "Big brother, are you alone? How about you form a team with us? We just happen to be missing one." Qin Yu's arm was held by her and he had no choice but to stop. He helplessly said, "Forget it. Big brother, do you have an appointment with someone?" Little Feng Feng blinked her eyes, looking pitiful. Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. "I don't." "Good, then I welcome Big brother to join us. With you here, little Feng Feng can feel at ease. Otherwise, if I were to be carried around by this idiot cousin of mine, I really would be a little scared." The handsome cousin's face darkened. He clenched his teeth and roared, "White Fong Fong, shut up!" After taking several deep breaths, he sneered, "Our team is still missing an assistant wet nurse. If this fellow Taoist isn't one, then don't waste your time. Black Bebe, you're the one who should shut up. Big Brother is my benefactor. If you dare to refuse him, I will run away right now and then tell my father and mother that you forced me to run away from home." Hiss! Black Bebe sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by this little girl's ruthlessness. For an outsider she had only met for the second time, she had actually used such a great killing weapon against him. Could it be that this little girl was thinking of love? Shit, no, absolutely no. Otherwise, his uncle wouldn't even need to do anything. His auntie would tear him apart. Don't panic, let me think things through. In this current situation, it's too early to say that she's in love with him. Perhaps she only has a favorable impression of him. If I force this boy away, I fear it will arouse my cousin's rebellious thoughts. At that time, it will be even more troublesome. I might as well bring him along with me. With this Lord Black's eyes blazing like torches, what sort of storm would this boy be able to stir up? Moreover, looking at his cultivation, he seemed to be at the 3rd or 4th level of nascent soul at most. Once they entered the wilderness, he would find a chance to make him suffer a bit and also make a fool of himself. Then, his cousin would naturally lose interest in him. Haha, this Lord Black is truly smart. He is truly worthy of being the most respected, most likable, and most handsome man in the world. Something doesn't seem right. Lord Black thought for a moment and then his body stiffened. He glanced behind him and saw that the delicate little sister's face had indeed stiffened. He howled inwardly. He ruthlessly glared at White Fong Fong. "You damned little girl, you actually dared to call out Lord Black's name. Don't you know that this is a taboo? I will remember this debt for you." Black Bebe lightly coughed and pretended as if he didn't know anything. He said in a low voice, "Since you helped my cousin, I will allow you to join us. But the wilderness is different from other places. There can be dangers at any time, so you must be careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Qin Yu was a bit disappointed. How come it seemed like he was begging to join? It was clear that you didn't even say anything and just made the decision yourself. He wanted to politely decline, but White Fong Fong had already cheered out loud. She hugged him even tighter and pulled him forwards. "Wilderness, your big sister Fong Fong is here." A warm and soft feeling came from his arm. Qin Yu never imagined that this delicate little girl would have such a body. After a brief daze, she had already brought him far away. When he regained his composure and saw her cheerful appearance, he hesitated and swallowed his words of refusal back down. Whatever, it's just a day. I'll just endure it for a bit." If Black Bebe knew what Qin Yu was thinking right now, he would absolutely fly into a rage. But even if he didn't know, his complexion was still ugly. Behind him, the purple-robed man had a look of jealousy. "Brother Black, are we just going to watch as Miss White is tricked by this person? Humph, I can tell with a single glance that he isn't a good person." The little sister also wore a purple dress. Although she felt that her big brother's words weren't right and that this little brother was quite likable, thinking that this matter involved the person her big brother liked, she had to stand on the same side as him. Thus, she earnestly nodded. Hearing the words Brother Black, Black Bebe's heart twitched. A feeling of speechlessness rose up in his heart before turning into annoyance. It was all this bastard's fault. If it weren't for him, how could his cousin have flipped out like this? Moreover, she would have ignored the agreement they made in the past and revealed the name of his true self? Brother Black clenched his teeth and said, "Don't worry. Once we enter the wilderness, there will be plenty of chances to mess with him. I have to let him know that if he offends us, there will be no good ending for him." The big brother was overjoyed. "Brother Black, rest assured that I will do my best to help you so that Miss White can see this brat's true face." The little sister clenched her fist. Big Brother Black, me too. Bibi turned and walked away. He looked up at the skies, not allowing the tears to fall down his cheeks. Black, your sister. You're the one who's black, your entire family is black. Chapter 310. Big Brother, I haven't asked yet. What's your name? Baoyu, what a good name. It's very similar to Big Brother's personality. Big Brother, after the competition ends, how about you come home with me to play? My father and mother will definitely like you. Chapter 310. There were few people in the wilderness. Even after the South Shine Nation had swept through this area, most of the sunlight was blocked out by the ancient trees. It was so dark that it left one's heart filled with dread. Brother Black cautiously looked around. He couldn't help but listen to the sounds coming from behind him. Then, his lips couldn't help but twitch. Baoyu, with such a name, didn't you have any shame? Just from this alone, one could see his despicable and shameless nature. Cousin, why are you so stubborn? Why are you calling me more and more intimately? Big Brother Baoyu, you've never called me Big Brother Bebe before. I am your cousin, your blood cousin, can you not hurt me like this? The purple-robed youth's complexion was as black as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his teeth from time to time. He also wanted to interrupt, but before he could say 2 words, White Fong Fong had driven him back. She told him to open the way and not disturb her conversation with Big Brother Baoyu. His little sister had a sympathetic expression, but she couldn't do anything about this sort of thing. She could only say that her big brother's skills were inferior, otherwise why wouldn't Miss White stick to him? Baoyu, I'm tired. You open the way. Bebe turned and roared. But what greeted him was an entire bottle of pills. White Fong Fong didn't even look at him. If you're tired, take 1. If you're tired, take 2. If you're tired, take 3. Don't disturb me talking to Big Brother Baoyu. Ah, Big Brother, where were you just now? It's all because of my stupid cousin. He can't even do something as simple as opening the way, and he still wants to disturb us. Bebe nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Blue veins popped up on his forehead and his field of vision darkened. He really wanted to shout out loud, White Fong Fong, just who is your cousin? But he knew that if he dared to shout out loud, the one who would lose face in the end would be him. That girl White Fong Fong had bullied him since he was a child. Up until today, he hadn't been able to take advantage of her at all. The purple-robed youth glared at Brother Black, his meaning clear. Was this what he meant when he said that after entering the wilderness, there would be ways to punish him? Bebe's face flushed red. He drily coughed and hurried along, occasionally tearing apart the thorns and trees. From his hateful appearance, it was likely he thought they were Chinyu. That's right, this trip into the wilderness was because of White Fengfeng's favor and closeness. To Chinyu, it was like a spring outing. Black Bebe was quite strong. He had a 7th-level nascent soul cultivation, and from the way he attacked, it was clear he was holding back a great deal. Of the purple siblings, the big brother's defensive capabilities were astonishing and the little sister was skilled in wood magic. The 2 of them cooperated much more easily than Black Bebe. Even if they encountered several monster beasts that didn't open their eyes, the 3 of them could easily take them down. Let alone Chinyu, he didn't even need to glance at them. The only thing that gave him a headache was that this girl White Fengfeng's questions were endless, and they were developing in an increasingly strange direction. Just as Chinyu felt that he couldn't persist any longer, a small change quietly occurred in this comfortable situation. The number of demonic beasts attacking the team of 5 seemed to be increasing. It was not a sudden increase. Instead, it maintained a certain range and increased bit by bit. Bebe was depressed, the purple-robed elder brother was gnashing his teeth, and the purple-robed younger sister was only concerned with lamenting for her brother. The 3 of them didn't seem to notice anything amiss. Chinyu frowned, interrupting White Fengfeng's rambling. Don't you think that the number of demonic beasts we'll encounter has increased? White Fong wasn't dissatisfied with Chinyu interrupting her. She had an expression that said, Big brother Baoyu, you're so observant, I really admire you. Really? Beibei's lips twitched. He thought, you silly girl, you didn't even look at him the entire way here, so what the hell do you know? You're just trying to curry favor with this bastard. What's so good about him? He's far too lacking compared to me, like the distance between a star and the sun. As he thought of this, anger began to tumble within him. He tossed aside his original surprise and dissatisfaction towards Qin Yu. He sneered and said, "What, are you afraid, Baoyu? The demonic beasts in this area have already been cleaned up by the South Shine Nation's masters. If you still feel fear in this situation, then I can only express my surprise at your courage." The purple-robed big brother's surname was Jiang Wuhai. At this time, his spirits rose. It was finally time for him to counterattack. He pretended to be indifferent as he said, "When I was 12 years old, I followed my father and brother into the wilderness to adventure. By the time I was 16 years old, I had already completed 3 journeys alone." He swept his eyes around. "Fellow Taoist Baoyu, you still need to temper yourself." Jiang Ziyuan's eyes brightened. She looked at her big brother with worship. In her heart, her big brother had always been the most outstanding person. Now, her big brother had finally found a chance to reveal himself in front of Miss White. He would definitely be able to reverse the situation and make Miss White's impression of him completely surpass Baoyu's. But White Fengfeng's following words caused Jiang Ziyuan to stumble. Even though she had the temperament of a noble young lady, she actually wanted to curse out loud. "Oh, then it really is a miracle that you've lived until now. Or, where your family comes from, the demonic beasts are all vegetarians." This wasn't the most infuriating part. The key point was that after she finished speaking, she turned to Qin Yu with a longing expression. "Big brother Baoyu, do you also think that Feng Feng is right?" Jiang Wuhai's eyes nearly turned red. He stubbornly glared at Qin Yu, his expression saying that if Qin Yu dared to say even half a word more, he would immediately go all out against him. He wasn't afraid, but it was best not to provoke trouble, especially this sort of inexplicable trouble. Qin Yu humphed, indicating that he had no opinion on this. White Feng proudly looked up. "I knew that to Big Brother Baoyu. These things aren't worth mentioning at all. You don't even have the spirit to comment on them. There's no need to say anything else, Feng understands. You are what my father once said, someone who is extremely skilled and also extremely low-key. You aren't like some people who keep saying how fierce they are. Shallow to the extreme." Whoosh, a slender golden-patterned leopard fiercely pounced forwards. It opened its mouth, revealing fangs that shined with a cold light. Jiang Wuhai shouted out loud and punched at the leopard's mouth. With a loud crackling sound, the golden-patterned leopard's fangs broke at the root. It was sent flying through the air, blood raining down from the sky. It fell to the ground with a mournful cry, gasping for air. It didn't seem like it would survive for much longer. Jiang Wuhai drew back his fist. The skin of his palm had turned into a faint layer of gold. There were several shallow white marks on it, but it hadn't even broken through his skin. This mortal body could be called powerful. After punching out, perhaps because he had vented out some of the pent-up anger in his heart, Jiang Wuhai's complexion became much calmer. He shook off the beads of blood on his arm, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. The wind swirled around his purple robes. Beneath the dim light, his tall and straight back was like a mountain, giving off an incomparably peaceful feeling. Jiang Ziyuan's fingers moved. As she stimulated the wind to act as a foil, she looked at her big brother with worship. "Miss White, just look, what a reliable and handsome little fellow you are. How could sweet words and sweet nothings compare to this? Open your eyes wide and see just who is your best choice." Black Beibei was a bit surprised. This Jiang family boy's mortal body cultivation was far stronger than he had imagined. It had actually reached the golden skin level. No wonder he dared to have thoughts about little Feng, disregarding everything else. Just with his superhuman bodily defense, He wouldn't be easily beaten to death when he was with little Feng Feng in the future. Just this point alone might cause his uncle and aunt to look at him in a higher light. After all, if he had to interact with little Feng Feng, the pressure of survival would be great. The Jiang family brother and sister's fantasies were beautiful, but reality immediately taught them a cruel lesson. The schoolmate White Fengfeng's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Just as Jiang Wuhai revealed a smile, she seemed to discover something very surprising. She grabbed onto Qin Yu's hand and shouted, "Big brother Baoyu, look, there's actually someone so stupid. He can casually take out a magic tool from his storage ring and send that golden-patterned leopard away. But he's actually using his fists to fight it. Isn't he afraid that his hand will be bitten off? Indeed, what my mother said was right. A man that is born too beautiful has a bad brain. I thought that only my cousin was like this, but I never thought I would meet another one today." Jiang Wuhai's smile froze on his face and his body shivered. At this moment, Qin Yu could clearly see what heartbreak was in his eyes. Even if he didn't have a good impression of Jiang Wuhai, he still couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. Jiang Ziyuan wanted to say something but was pulled back by Jiang Wuhai. Her face scrunched up, filled with anger and grievance. But she also knew that White Fengfeng's background wasn't something that their Jiang family could provoke. Black Bebe patted Jiang Wuhai's shoulder, a look of pity in his eyes. "It's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but that you can't even pass the first test of this little grandaunt. It's best if you give up on me. Let's hurry." White Feng Feng was confused. Why was everyone suddenly silent? Did she say something that she shouldn't have said? Thinking about it carefully, she didn't. Facing her questioning eyes, Qin Yu nearly choked on his own spit. He coughed several times and waved his hand, indicating that she didn't want to ask him anything and that he didn't know anything. But soon, a dignified expression appeared on his face. This was because the number of monster beasts they encountered had increased. Of course, because the angry Jiang family siblings were here, these monster beasts that jumped out were easily sent back to their homes to be eaten. Thus, it didn't seem too difficult. Even Black Bebe seemed a bit leisurely. He placed his hands in his pockets, a relaxed expression on his face. Qin Yu thought for a moment and decided not to speak further. After all, the monster beasts here had already been cleaned up by the South Shine Nation officials. With the strength they displayed, there shouldn't be any problems. As night fell, Black Bebe announced that they would rest for the time being. He took out a map and looked at it. They had already traversed more than half the distance. If everything went smoothly, they would arrive at the Marshall Field tomorrow morning. There was still plenty of time. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. Little Feng Feng was sitting beside him. This little girl was tricky to others and her mouth was fierce, but it was unknown why she was so cautious around Qin Yu. When he closed his eyes and meditated, little Feng Feng was very well behaved. She sat there without moving. As Black Bebe saw this from the corner of his eyes, he sighed inwardly. Indeed, everything had its nemesis. Even someone as monstrous as White Feng Feng would be restrained by others one day. Of course, this wouldn't change his attitude towards Qin Yu. How could an ordinary boy like him have the qualifications to enter the eyes of his aunt and uncle? Hee hee, you brat, you had best have no intentions towards White Feng Feng, otherwise you'll suffer in the future. The Jiang family siblings were a bit further away. Although the 5 of them were still in a team, it was clear that after White Fengfeng's poisonous tongue, they couldn't help but feel some ill feelings towards her.